Good morning, or should I say good evening, over to dudes, wherever you
What's
are
going
all
on, bro?
around the world. All good, bro. So what's going on, brothers? It's your dude, Mr. International Passport, here again for yet another classic live stream. First and foremost, please make sure you support the channel. Please hit the PayPal, hit the super chats tonight, like the video, comment, show some engagement, and cop the merch too. That we greatly appreciate it. So before I speak any further, can we test out my audio is good? So please press a one in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear. All right, awesome. So we're good, fantastic. So um, today's stream, let's get into it. I've got a very special guest called Mr. Blue Jersey, who has recently come back from Japan, who has information on Japan as to what the brothers want. Now, I'm not going to speak my opinion on Japanese women yet. I'm still doing my scope, doing my own intel, and there will be streams that will speak about that in the future. Now, the main attraction is Mr. Blue Jersey. How you doing, bro?
What's going on, my man?
I'm doing fantastic, brother. So, Mr. Blue Jersey, let's get straight into it. Do you mind giving us a brief intro about yourself, who you are?
Absolutely. I'm
Yeah,
going by my IG name. I'm not gonna give my real name on here because I live in America and the women are petty like that. So that's just the way it works. If you know who I am and what my real name is, uh, that's well and good. I'm a high school engineering teacher in the New York City area, to be exact, the Newark, New Jersey area. I've been teaching for 10 years. And for the last couple of years, I've done the Western dating scene, especially in America. And all my American passport bros know that America is absolutely the shits and filled with witchcraft and terrible hoes. And yeah, it's just like that.
keep it PG,
So,
bro.
oh,
No
sorry
swearing,
for that.
remember. Karen,
Yeah, so yeah, but that's about I've traveled internationally and to Japan, Mexico. Next up is going to be Korea and other parts of Africa and Asia.
awesome. Thank you for that intro, bro. So, let's get straight into it. Oh, so Tokyo woman, Osaka woman, right? I always used to think that all Japanese women were the same. Now I'm in Japan, I'm finding that not to be the case. But you've had that experience in both places, brother. Um, so let's start with Tokyo woman. How are they like? What's their personality, their attributes? Break it down for us, bro.
So I went to Tokyo in early November. And when you get off, so I flew from Newark Airport to Los Angeles to Narita Airport in Tokyo, Japan. And the one thing about, so first of all, when you get off the plane, it's just smoking hot women everywhere you look, and they're not the nasty woman type, the witch type you would find in New York or Chicago or Atlanta or Los Angeles. These are women who are, dressed modestly but very feminine. So when I got off in Tokyo, I'm seeing all these women left and right. I'm just like, wow. So as I spent some more time in Tokyo, Tokyo, there, first of all, IP will tell you at a later date. I'm not gonna tell you his observations. We're not here to talk about that. Um, you know, the women in Tokyo are, well, Japanese women in general are very approachable and very nice and polite. Polite is the best word to use in this case. Tokyo women, however, can be very standoffish, you know, and it's not that they think that they're high and mighty. It's the fact that Japanese culture, Tokyo's like the big city. Tokyo is a combination between Washington, D.C. and New York City. It's the conservative version of those two cities. Um, very Women are very dressed appropriately. Men go to work. A Japanese work culture is a real big thing. So most of these women work for these companies and live single lives. They have their own circle of friends, and then they all, go out together. Now, you go to Tokyo, you go to Shibuya Crossing or Shinjuku, one of them stations, where you can see an abundance, and I absolutely mean an abundance of Japanese women. Most of these women are single. Most of these women I would give a 7.5 or up. Most of these women are, all working or going to university or doing something productive with their lives. So when you're in Tokyo, you could go like there's plenty of places you could go to. Like, um, we got Brooklyn here, New York. So the comparison to Brooklyn would be Roppongi, which is that's the nightlife scene down there, and this is where you find all the bougie women, getting dressed up and going out. And Shinjuku Station is it's like Harlem and Times Square to a certain extent. So even though the women are very nice to you, and if you speak Japanese, that's a real big plus on top of that. They can come off a little standoffish. And what do I mean by that? They, if they don't like, if you're real close to them, you know, you can say hello, but the more approachable ones are from outside of Tokyo. Tokyo natives are more aloof than, your average Japanese. So that's the comparison with Tokyo. There's just it's just it's like being in New York, but a more polite, cleaner version, and I mean cleaner version of New York. So it's not the fact that they don't mess with you. It's like, hey, what do you want? Oh, nothing. Oh, well, adios, mas, and you leave.
Interesting, bro. So obviously, okay, so it's similar to New York. Is the mentality the same or different mentality?
Um, in terms of hustle, no. And what do I mean by that? Japanese women are not trying to scam you. That I know for a fact. The
Mm,
Nigerians over there will, but not the Japanese. All right.
facts.
And then that's a whole. I'll get into that in a little bit. Nigerians ain't scamming me. I know that because we got plenty of them over here in America. But Nigerians will try to scam you, but Japanese women won't try to scam you like New York women would. New York women are all about, they talk tough, they talk rough, but really they're about their grind and their hustle. They love to hustle somebody. All right. And that's just real facts.
Oh,
Um, what else I could tell you about Japanese women in Tokyo? I would say, in terms of Japanese beauty and dress style, I would say the standards in terms of trying to look good is the same, but the way they look is totally different.
mm,
Japanese beauty is the ultimate beauty. Asian beauty in general is the ultimate beauty. I think they really try to look feminine. So you're gonna see if you ever come to Tokyo, gather up enough bread to just spend a week in Tokyo. You know what I mean? You're going to see women, single women everywhere. You're gonna see women with guys who you be scratching your head. How did she get with him? So I've seen it when I was at a Shibuya Crossing. I think I was at some ramen shop eating $3 ramen, but it was good ramen. So and I saw this bad Japanese woman with this very aloof and goofy Japanese guy, but they were madly in love with each other. So, but in terms of New York women are very demanding, and New York women are very hustle like. Japanese women can be bitchy, but they remain modest and feminine in their ways. In Tokyo,
okay. Thank you, bro. So now moving on to Osaka woman.
I
Tell
see in
us
the
about that,
comments
brother.
already that everybody's team Osaka, and I don't blame you. I just came, I just came from Osaka last month, and I compare Osaka to the American cities of Atlanta and Los Angeles. So once you get to, most people will say that it's Toronto or Chicago. of Asia, but its party culture and its foodie scene definitely reminds me of the ATL. It definitely reminds me of LA. Um, when you get to Osaka, the people are way more approachable, and they're also a little more brutally honest about how they feel about you.
Hmm.
They will not hide it. You know, they'll do it. Well, let's just put it like this: for Japanese people, they're very direct. Okay, very, very, very approachable people. So when I got to Osaka last month, first when I got to Osaka, the dang airline lost my luggage. Almost. They left it in DC back in America and forgot to fly my bags over. So I was wearing the same clothes for 2 to 3 days straight. Okay. Once I got around though the Dontonbori, which is like the food market in Osaka, um what I got to is where I got to was is like it was a big there was clubs everywhere, all this food, and there was two Japanese guys carrying a drunk guy back on the metro going over to the thing, uh taking him back home, and there was two drunk Japanese ladies, you know, stumbling down the stairs. I'm not saying that they're all drunkards, but it's definitely not. It's definitely a more city in Osaka than it is Tokyo. Tokyo, everybody's there for a reason. Everybody's trying to make money, and that doesn't mean that you can't have a good time in Tokyo either, because you could have a real good time in Tokyo, you know. But Osaka is where the fun is. I spent double, like Osaka's the cheaper city, and I spent double the money in Osaka than I did in Tokyo. I only spent about $350 in Tokyo for 9 days. I spent 700 in Osaka, and the reason why I did that is because there's a lot more. There's equal amount of stuff to do, but then the culture on top of that, the food culture. So when you go to Dombori, like there's this one place where you got like pancakes, like pancakes. It was this pancake thing stuffed in like what's that thing called? Uh it was a pancake, it was shaped like a yen, and then it had mozzarella cheese in the middle. It was slamming. All right. You got the all you can eat wagyu, all you can drink alcohol Johns, people just come up and just show you love everywhere. So Osaka is just got that chill, laid back vibe in it, but people are on their grind too. But people are a lot more direct there, and people are more down for whatever you want. And yes, you do have the ability to come over. Japan's open. Japan been open since September of 2022, I think.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't know if it's me, but you're lagging a bit. Brothers, is our guest lagging a bit? Press A2 in the chat if our guest is lagging a bit. Just
I can hear you somewhat, but
so.
I don't know. But yeah, I can hear you. Like I can hear the lagginess, but I don't. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a problem.
Okay, okay. All right, awesome. Let me read these super chats real quick. Shout out to Mr. Baroque Tensuke what the Tamaura Maru God Israel for the $499 super chat. Thank you for the support, bro. It means a lot to me. I got you on the coffee. Thank you, bro. IP, we appreciate you for all you're doing. And congrats on getting boots on the ground in Japan. Keep up the great work. Thank you for the kind words, bro. It means a lot to me. Thank you very
Base
much.
pill clips.
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're lagging a bit, bro.
Hold up.
Um, Shout out to Mr. Ramel Diaz for the £5 super chat. I appreciate you, Ramel. Showing love, showing some love. IP. Take out a Japanese cutie to coffee on me. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, brother. All right, so are you back now, bro? Okay, now we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Okay,
All right, great.
now you're good, bro. Okay, awesome. Thank you for the support, Ramel. Let's go. All right, so let me ask this right now, brother. Osakan women, right? What's the difference between Osakan woman to Tokyo woman, in your opinion?
It's very straightforward. Osaka women are not afraid to give it up. Number one. All right. Their Japanese women are very shy to begin with. All right. But Osaka women, if you say the right things, like all you have to do is treat them nice, maintain frame, and just show them a nice time around, and you'll you'll get the draws no in no time. But be very careful of what they call gauging hunters. Gauging hunters love they're like it, in their all of that's the negative thing about Osaka because there's gauging hunters are everywhere in Osaka. All right. So and matter of fact, the whole Kansai region. So brothers, the Kansai region is basically Kyoto, Kobe, and Osaka. They're all within in 45 minutes of each other. Osaka and Kobe are like 20 minutes away from each other, and then Osaka and Kyoto are 45 minutes from each other via the train. All right, not that hard to get to. Um, you know, Osaka women are very direct and approachable, you know, in terms of that. And they're also, you know, like I said, the vibe is just more chill there. But they're also gauging hunters, and these are the women that just like to be with a foreigner and like to bring around their friends with a foreigner. They don't care nothing about you or what you do. Okay, they just like that you're a foreigner, and they're gonna be the envy of all their friends. All right.
Okay.
So yeah, what's up?
No, no, carry on, bro. I just said,
Yeah.
I just.
So I'll just repeat this for the people in the chat. A gauging hunter is a Japanese a woman who loves to um hunt gauging men, preferably black men. Okay. The whole point to get with you is this is basically like and not to be racist, a white woman.
Hold on, bro. No, if it's gonna be a bad word, don't say it, bro. Just in case.
Oh no, it's not going to be a bad word.
Okay, all right, bro.
Not to be racist, but it's like a white woman looking for a mandingo.
Okay.
Right? I don't think mandingo is a bad word, but it's but a white woman looking for a mandingo type of what we call it. It's just a strong fetish for a foreigner, and that happens all the time in Japan. All right, especially in the Kansai region. All right. They love that there. But there are also real women in Osaka too. Tokyo is more than likely, it's kind of strange because New York and DC, you wouldn't, especially not now, you would never find a wife in those two cities where how liberated the women are or how liberated the women think they are. All right. But in Tokyo, it's pretty conservative there. All right. So it's more of getting to know you, the whole Japanese dating culture where there's a certain number of dates and then the confession and all that, you know, it's more like that because Tokyo is the capital. Tokyo has to lead by example.
Hmm.
All right. Tokyo is a very, and then you got your Osaka type of women over in Tokyo as well. But there's more Osaka women on Osaka than Tokyo and in Tokyo. When I was in Tokyo, that's where all the cool Japanese people were there. Like I was talking to a girl who sung anime soundtracks.
What?
Yep, and
Whoa. What
yeah,
anime? What anime was
I'm
this, bro?
huh?
What
I
anime
met
was
her.
did she sing for?
Cowboy Bebop, I think.
What? Did you meet
Yep.
Yoko Kano or something, bro? I know
Nope,
Yoko
nope.
Kano.
I'm not gonna tell
Okay.
you the name. I
Ah,
privately, but me and her, like I was having a blue hat on, and she had like the Japanese highlight anime hair, and she was here. Actually, she lives in Los Angeles now, and I was supposed to go to her concert in Hammerstein Ballroom in New York. The problem was it was damn near a polar vortex, and the show got canceled.
Damn, amazing.
So this is the things that we're talking about here, brothers. Me and IP is saying so. Tokyo is where you find more of material. If I had to pick out of the two, so if I'm looking for a girl with a one night stand, I'll go to Osaka and just get it over with. But more so up in Tokyo around that area. If you know Japanese women, like you know, I would go there. You know, if he was trying to find a wife. But at the same time, once again, Tokyo and Osaka can be lonely places. All right. So socialize wisely, get out there. And also, if you want to find a wife, the best way to do it is through a matchmaking service, in which you pay a matchmaker. And you can't go wrong with those because in America, you might pay somebody and you might end up with a downgraded version of a woman. All right, used goods or but with these Japanese matchmaking services, you got to understand there are a lot of these 7.5s and up in Japan. All right, lots of them, and a lot of them that want to get married to foreigners. All right? I told one on the plane when I was going back from Tokyo. Well, coming back from Osaka, it was Osaka to Tokyo, Tokyo to JFK in New York City in Queens. I was asking the uh, IP told me to do a little intel, you know. So I went on the plane and asked the Japanese flight attendants, and I told them about the Passport Bros movement, and then I told her that the Philippines, Korea, and Japan were the top three countries, and all this other stuff. And I was like, and I just simply asked them, do you think do you agree with this movement about Western men, black men in particular, and them trying to find a wife in your country? And the only ones that said no were selling the Jello pudding. All right,
Let
and I'm
me
gonna just leave it at that. All right, that's
let
that's
me
that's the only thing about it. And but the majority of women said yes, and so
let
that's
me
just
come
the
in here,
way it
bro.
is.
Brother, do you hear me?
Yes, I can do.
Man, you got some crazy lag because your video connection, your video quality is dropping. So you got some internet issues, bro. 'Cause I checked mine, and mine
Oh,
is
really?
good. Yeah, yeah. But I
Mine's
can
is
hear
good
you.
too. So
Okay, that's
mine's
weird.
is real
Okay,
strong.
okay. All right, let's carry on, bro. All right, so awesome, awesome breakdown so far. Hold on, brother. Shout out to Mr. Andrew Ski Gordon for the $2 super chat. IP, where is your Japanese wife? Oh, can't tell you yet. Can't tell you yet, bro. I appreciate the support, brother. Thank you very much. So I got a question for you, brother. Right. So you're essentially saying that you're more likely to find a wifeful chick in Tokyo than Osaka, right? Would you say that Osaka is filled with women for the streets? Just tell me the truth, bro. The
No,
majority of
I
women there
wouldn't.
are just gone.
I wouldn't say that. I would never say Osaka women are for the streets. I said Osaka women is more laid back. It's like what
That's
my
that's
man
that's a
Edge,
bad thing in my opinion, bro.
huh?
Women who are laid back, in my opinion, right? Women who are laid back are more likely to, for their box around, not, not be a proper woman, in my
I
opinion.
but you but see IP, that's where I have to disagree with you because I've actually been there. You have to actually feel it to do it. Like you're thinking more so in the West where women are just liberating they just do whatever they want. It's not it has nothing to do with being for the streets because if it was you got to also understand whore culture promotes whores. All right, Osaka is not a whore culture. It's a laid back culture. So what do I mean by that? Osaka is like like let's go to LA and you'll meet a liberal feminist out there. It's just like, well, women are liberated to do X, Y, and Z, and I can wear these nasty, ugly Birkenstocks, and I can get you to like them. All right. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Yes, Edge BC, absolutely. Laid back is chill, not easy. All right. Osaka women are just chill. They're easier to get along with, not as
Mm,
high maintenance. So you can just go in there, you can talk your game, you know, you can be steady. They're not gonna test you as hard. You know what I mean? Because the pressure's not on them as much, you know? So I've been trying to tell IP this, y'all. You know, just because like you gotta understand, just because Japanese women want to sleep with black guys doesn't make them skanks. All right, you know what I mean. Like I could tell us, I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I know a skank when I see one. All right, when I'm talking about, and I don't mean to be pushing it as much, but what I'm saying is that when you're in these countries, right, especially going abroad, these women have standards as well, but there's a difference between being high maintenance and being chill. Osaka women are chill. I never got the skank vibe from an Osaka woman. All right, even the ones that were drunk on the floor. Whereas American women, even if she looks like she's feminine on the outside, you could definitely pick up some skanky vibes on the inside. Romel,
hold on, bro. Let me read this a couple PayPal. Give me a second, bro. Hold on, hold on, brother. So shout out to Mister Jabari. Thank you, bro, for the donation. Uh, I love your video showing places that are best for black women to start families and live. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Jabari. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to Mr. James for the £3.84 PayPal donation. Enjoy Japan, Land of the Rising Sun from Jabras on YouTube. Thank you, Jabras. Appreciate you, bro. Awesome. So, shout out to Mr. Ramon Diaz for the £2 super chat. Appreciate you, brother, for the support again. Thank you, brother. If laid back, would it have high body counts? Go on, bro.
no, no, Romel, they're not gonna have high body counts. If you're laid back, like I know you can be discreet and be laid back, like like laid back and being wild with your pum pum do not equate to each other. All right, and Japanese women and Asian women in general are a good example of that. So no, I can't say that. Essentially what I said was is that Osaka women were laid back, whereas Tokyo was a little more high maintenance, more about and they're high maintenance because it's Tokyo. You know, everybody's walking around Tokyo station Shibuya crossing, Shinjuku or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just like what I mean. It's just the way it is. So
Awesome. Thank you, bro.
And
So,
Japanese, and I forgot to say this: Japanese women typically have low body counts because of the culture that's there. Go ahead.
do you know, I'm gonna speak about that later on because what I'm seeing here is just, I'm trying to just discern my opinion here, but I'm gonna speak about you privately because I want to give my thoughts in the stream later on as to my personal experience in regards to body count. So next question for you, brother, is so moving it back to Tokyo, right? So you're saying Tokyo has more wife for women. I agree. Um, they do come across as very conservative. Now, is it a woman that were born and raised in Tokyo that are conservative, or let's say a woman is from Hokkaido and she moves to Tokyo, will she adopt that Tokyo culture, or will she still keep her Hokkaido culture? Is it a Tokyo born woman that are conservative?
That's actually a very good question. My guess would be that I guess it's a Tokyo culture by itself. I think that if you were born in Sasebo or Hokkaido or Okinawa or any one of them cities, you know what I mean. Like you may adapt Tokyo's way when you get there, but I think more Tokyo people will adapt more Tokyo ways because the women that I've met in Japan, who I got down with, were not from Tokyo. They were
Mm,
from Nagoya. They were from Osaka. They were from Kobe, and they was definitely from like military bases cities like Sasebo and Aomori.
Hmm. Wow. Okay. This is very interesting, brother. All right, brothers. Can we get the likes up, please, man? Come, we got over 80 people. Can we get the likes up, man? Come on, brothers. Please show support. Like the video. Send in some donations. This is gonna be a classic live stream. We are in for another classic. So please support. Likes up free. That'd be greatly appreciated. Fantastic, brother. All right. So, um, in terms of having a girlfriend, bro, who, in your opinion, makes good, better girlfriend material? A Tokyo native or an Osaka native? And tell us why, brother.
I mean, that's really a toss up. It's really your preference. You can't go wrong with a Japanese woman. Personally, I would personally go for the Osaka woman because the Osaka woman, once again, is a little bit more laid back in her approach. You know what I'm saying? The Osaka women well, Japanese women are going to keep their promises in general. Okay, they're really not going to go off and do like random stuff. In terms of finding a girlfriend, you know, Osaka women, to me, will just be more down for whatever. You know what I'm saying? Although ultimately in the long term, the Tokyo woman will be good for marriage and loyalty because that's just the way they. But there's a disconnect within Japanese women, um, where Tokyo women where the communication can cut off, and part of that is they work all damn day.
Hmm.
So um that's just the way it goes. So yeah.
Okay, awesome, bro. Mr. My Soul Hurts, do me a favor, bro, and reach out to me on IG as soon as possible, bro. I've been meaning to find someone on intel on Taiwanese women. And I've got some intel that's coming on the way about that, but that's a surprise. So my soul hurts. Can you reach out to me on IG, bro? Send me a DM. I want to speak to you more about Taiwanese women. Thank you, bro. All right. So um, let me ask this, brother. How would you go about getting into a relationship with a Japanese woman? Are there certain spots you go to? Is it cold approaching? From what you saw personally, brother, what's the best way just to meet a Japanese woman randomly? Is it like at a bar or park? Take it down.
It can be anywhere, but me personally, I go to where my type of Japanese woman is, and more than likely that's going to be on the subway or at the underground malls and at universities. That's where you meet them. And these are the ones with the black letters, the heels, the tone, the tone hosiery, the blouse with the button open up showing their cleavage. You know, you you know what I'm saying. Those are the words are those are the type of women that I want to meet, and you'll more than likely meet them. You know what I'm saying. You can't. My thing about it is that the way you approach a Japanese woman is you don't like Japanese women are very, especially Tokyo women, are very shy. All right. So you can't come up super aggressive towards them. They will run like the wind. All right.
Hmm,
And it's not the fact that they think you're some type of monster. It's just the fact that they're not used to it.
awesome,
And when
awesome.
they're not used to it, and
Carry
you
on, sorry,
continue.
bro.
Um, when they're not used to something, like they run like the wind like crazy. But the difference between Japanese women and American women or British women, I don't know about British women, but American women, if they don't feel comfortable around you, no matter what the circumstance is, they're calling the police. All right. And the way it is. But with Japanese women, they'll just they'll just slightly run and then they'll go back to what they was doing and forget about it within 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you, bro. Um, so
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 did I answer that question?
yes, you did, brother. Thank you very much. Um, so brother, your experience as a black man, I want to hear more about it because you know a lot of black men, obviously we come from the West, right? And I'll be honest with you, bro. The Asian women in the West, they hate us. They're not checking for us. I feel like they're extremely racist towards us. Doesn't matter if she's
Yeah, well, nobody
Chinese,
cares.
Korean.
But go ahead.
So now, but what I'm saying about it is pivoting from that, right? You as a black man in Japan, how were you treated there in terms of acceptance, in terms of respect, and in terms of, is there a particular type of black man they like? Is it tall? Is it short? Break it down for us, bro.
Well, yes, you get as a black man, you're gonna get stares, and that's just normal because Japan is very homogeneous. I agree with Tokyo 64. It all depends on the man, right? If you show respect, you get respect, and that's just the way it goes. Um, Japanese men, I tend to, show, you know what I mean, like, be respectful, be polite, you know, understand Japanese culture. Take your shoes off before you get in the building. They're big on that. So um, it's they take your shoes off before you get in, and just be a respectful human being. So I will say this: Japanese women do like taller brothers. So if you're over 5'10", in your case, IP, that's about 1.85 meters, I would say, around there, or
That's
1.9
tall.
meters. Huh?
That's tall. That's quite
Right.
tall. Wow.
Yeah, so 1.85 meters. If you're over 5'10", you're fine. You're real fine, actually. In Japan, you do not have to do too much. You know, women, if you don't give creepy vibes, the women can come to you, and that's in either city, and that's anywhere in the country. So, um, to address your question, um, Japanese women are just like that. So um, or do they look for a certain type of foreigner? Certain Japanese do, but sometimes they like the white Val Kilmer looking type. Others like the Michael Jordan looking type. Others like the Deion Sanders looking type. You know what I mean? To them, you come straight from TV, so
Mm.
that's the way they look at it. Good for
Mm.
you, Tokyo 64.
No, that's true, and I feel like I may do a separate video on this, but I'm definitely going to speak on it. I feel like skin tone matters in Tokyo, because I've been doing my own personal research, and I'm seeing there's a trend here as to, yeah, brothers get play here, but certain groups of brothers get a lot of play here. And I've noticed a trend here. And it kind of makes sense in that Asia, light skin is kind of looked on heavily. They actually I've seen a lot of women here wear umbrellas when it's hot, and that's to stop them from getting darker. So it kind of makes sense why a certain group of brothers just are just doing extremely well here. But I'm still getting more into. I don't want to just break the ice yet and expose it out there, but I'm seeing something there. So you're right in that, certain Japanese women like a particular group of brothers, but I feel like a particular group of brothers in Tokyo are just absolutely killing it from what I've seen. Um, but I don't want to expose that yet, bro. Let's not speak on that. So,
Okay.
so going on from there, brother. So, hmm, height, right? Okay. Over 5'10", I agree with you, a tall brother. You get a lot of attention. You stand out in the train. You stand out when you walk in. You're black, so you get some attention there. But over 5'10", that's quite tall, bro. If you're below 5'10", is that a problem?
No. Like I said before, it's all about confidence. So more shorter guys, especially if you have a Napoleon complex, of course they're gonna have, you know, of course they're gonna get more. You know, they're like, it's all about confidence. Japanese women, they don't. I just said height will get you more play automatically because you're just taller. You can provide and protect more, but that doesn't mean that it's gonna lead you to the drawers or to a ring. All right, there's plenty of short guys that get play. All right, plenty, plenty. All right, I got a frat brother out there who married a Japanese wife, has two gorgeous Blasian daughters, who both went to high school. Like their mother is a typical average Japanese woman, very attractive, and got two daughters, but they're the most American acting black girls you'll ever meet, except when they're in Japan. All right. My frat brother is 5'7". His daughters are 5'3" and 5'4", respectively. All right.
Damn.
He's in the military. They have American names. All right. Very gorgeous daughters. They're grown now. But um what I'm saying is it's just you just gotta like to me, I like once again, I would not be worried about height as more as I am about presentation and the way you carry yourself. Do not come stinking in Japan. All right. This is probably the most cleanest country I've ever visited. You can literally sleep on the train and nobody will mess with you. Hell, you can even cook eggs on the floor. And they probably nobody like you might get like a transit officer, looking at you weird with a mask on. But but I'm just talking to the cleanliness of the city. And what I'm saying is that the you cannot come stinking, and they're so clean. If you ever sat on the toilet, you know they got that little, you got that little spray that sprays your butthole, and it sprays it clean. That's how clean Japan is. So it's about presentation, it's about dressing nice and looking the part. Because if you don't dress, if you're dressing bummy in the States and bummy in Japan, more than likely Japan will kick you out quicker than you can say, oh, what happened? You know what I mean? They don't like filth. Even their bums are clean
Oh,
to a certain extent, you
yeah,
know? And when I'm saying their bums are clean, they're not your average, you know what I mean? They're bums, but in homeless, but their hobos are a little bit more, organized than just your average mentally ill in the street in the UK. You know what I'm saying? Or the Americas, where they just smell like piss and you see the contusions on them and all that, you know?
yeah,
So that's what I'm talking about with that. You gotta look the part. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Japanese women will not. If you look good and you have that swag about yourself, then then you separate yourself from the other men. Game is game everywhere you go. You know what I mean? Like but the game is interpreted differently. Okay. So in Japan, yes, they do it in a certain way, but in America, you know what I mean? But game is game anywhere you go in America, Canada, Dubai, United Kingdom, Caribbean, Brazil, um, Japan, that's just the way it is, but the average brother, the average Joe in the West has more shot with a Japanese woman, like because Japanese women are not running feminist hustle on somebody. All right. They're looking for can you protect, can you provide, and don't be a creep. You can be a nerd, but not a creep.
I see.
Oh yeah,
So
good
let me ask
good
this, brother,
thing my
right?
soul hurts. I just want to say this. It's okay to wear cologne, but don't overdo it because that scares the hell out of them. All right. Like you don't want to be like the musty cologne guy, like like the old fat guy with the mustache who be wearing too much cologne that cover up his real odor. Don't be like that.
Okay, let me ask this, bro. So, I'm assuming that how obviously we know how West women see men as creeps here. They have their own criteria if you're creepy. What's the criteria for being a creepy man in the eyes of a Japanese woman in Japan, from what you know, bro?
Um, Basically, I'm not gonna say that it differs much, but there's different things. Like in the West, it could be anything. All right. It could be you looking at them weird. It could be something about you. It could be the most bullshit ass reason.
Language, bro.
Ooh,
Go slow,
sorry,
please, bro.
sorry, 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 sorry. It could be the most BS reason. Okay, it could be, something, something about you that just gives them this feeling. You know what I mean? And the way they handle it too. Remember, Western women handle things differently than the Japanese women. Japanese women can get creeped out very easily. You know, so you may try to talk to one, but she's not in the mood. So you can tell Japanese women if she doesn't feel comfortable around you, if she starts walking fast and then she starts not running, but like, jogging in a certain direction. That's their way of, or most importantly, if they're really real with you, they'll put up an X like this. And that notifies that they don't want to be bothered or they're not interested.
Hmm.
So, you know, the criteria for Japanese women to find out it's just really, don't stare at them too much. Don't get too don't violate their space. In a weird way. You know, they're more. But once again, I wouldn't say that is a criteria, but I would more say that they handle it differently than American women. All right, and we're American, and I don't know about British women, but American women they'll call the police quicker, way quicker. Especially it's like even if you gave no vibes, even if they just really don't like you, they'll just skip everything and just call the cops. Whereas Japanese women, like you can tell if they're not interested in you, they'll just put up the X, all right, or they'll just do the little jog, or they'll just walk away. But you really shouldn't care about that because Japanese women they're so abundant everywhere you go in Japan.
Wow.
So you're not really going to do that. You know, so it's just like that. You know, you shouldn't even care whether you should get a Japanese woman or not. I mean, you should care, but you shouldn't. But if that one walks away, there's hundreds of Japanese women everywhere. So if one don't walk away, trust me, in about 20 seconds, there's gonna be another one you're interested in, and more than likely, she's a virgin, untouched.
Wow. Amazing. Wow. Oh, great breakdown so far, Blue Jersey. Amazing breakdown. Let me ask this, brother. Um, wife and kids with a Japanese woman. From what you saw, from what you've heard, is it worth it as a black man, stepping out of, your comfort zone, wife up a Japanese chick, having half Malaysian kids with her, living in Japan as well? Is it worth it, brother?
Well, it doesn't matter where you go because Japanese women are loyal by nature. All right. So the only exception I would make if she's Japanese in America, then she thinks like an American.
Hmm.
All right. So if I was to bring one back, trust me, Japanese women they don't let go of their heritage. You know what I mean? Even if they don't want to marry a Japanese man, they have to have the Japanese, what should we call it here. So there's a lot of Blasian women in the States, you know what I mean? But if you also know the States, you know that Blasian women in America are like gold, all right? And people and pookies out here treat them like gold. So it's like Wagyu steak. In Japan, it's more reasonable. It's like an average steak in your home country. So if you get a Wagyu ribeye in Japan, and as opposed to a prime ribeye in America, it's going to cost the same, about $40. But once that Wagyu steak comes to America, it it dang near 7 times the price. You're paying $280 for a piece of meat. That's about 1 or 2 pounds. All right, that's the Blasian woman. The Blasian women in America, of course, you're gonna have Trick and Simp Central. Okay, Blasian women in Japan are most of them think that they're Japanese. Okay, and you would think that the whole hood then shot up the club. Actually, to be honest with you, that's not the case. Now, not that's not to say that these women aren't virgins, but I would say that they would have relatively low body counts because growing up in Japan as a Blasian, you know what I mean. You get more prejudice, and they have confidence issues growing up because they're half. They can't really identify with black, and they can't really identify with Japanese. But as they went to school, they know they speak Japanese. They had Japanese friends. You know what I mean? So they consider themselves Japanese, and they dress Japanese. So if I had to pick a Blasian, in which I would love to have one, I would not take it from America because American men already know the story.
Hmm,
All right, like you know what I mean? Cats coming after your girl, disrespect, all this other stuff. I would get a Blasian from Japan and of
nice.
African descent, like from mainland Africa. So you got a lot of West Africans over there from Ghana and Nigeria, especially. Yes, Hafus. You know what I mean? I would go after the Hafus with African descent. The ones with African American are either from the military or pro sports, and more than likely their child thinks American, so they're gonna get American type attention and give American type vibes.
I see. Thank you, man. So I got two more questions here,
Okay.
and it's the staring from Japanese women. So I'll tell you this right. I'm on the train recently, and I'm on my phone. I look to my left. Japanese chick staring at me. We lock eyes for a good 5 seconds before she looks away. Now I'm thinking, obviously, I'm not in my home country, so I'm not trying to, go up to her and say, "Hey, how you doing?" in the train. But would that kind of stare you get from an Asian woman, like, and this long stare? Is that a stare of interest that, oh, come and speak to me, I'm interested in you, or is that like, oh, a black man's here, what's he doing here?
Well, you never know until you try, bro. If you're looking at me with a smile, I'm gonna assume that you're whatchamacallit, you're interested.
They're wearing
All
masks
right.
though, bro. That's a problem. They're masked
Huh?
up. They're masked up.
They're maxed up. If but
Yeah.
you also gotta gauge them by eyes. So if
Mm,
they're just blankly looking at you, like then that's probably like, oh snap, she doesn't know. She probably looks at me. But if they're squinting and their cheekbones rise, then it's more than likely she's smiling. All right. Either way, I'm gonna say something. I'm like, okay, you ain't never seen engaging before. You know what I mean? It's all about how you handle those situations. She may like you, she may not. Who cares? She's looking at you, and if you like her, you know what I mean. I'm not wasting my time. All right, I'm getting to know her. I'm catching the line, and that's it. And
yeah.
that's it. Yeah, and that's how you have to handle it. Japanese women. That's why Japanese women love foreigners. They love a guy with confidence. Because foreigners, especially from the UK and the US, we know exactly what we want. And since the majority of beautiful women outnumber, severely outnumber, I would say 1 out of 250. You know what I mean? Men that are actually eligible. You know, it's just a thing.
Yeah. Facts, bro. Facts. Um, and another note is just how good they dress. Right. These are some of the best dressed women I've ever seen. Like they wear, although it's very conservative, but it just looks so good. Like I don't know how they do it, and they do it for
Well,
work. Could go into the shops, go into the 7-Eleven. They're not interested in any attention, just dressing good for presentation. Speak on that, bro.
well, that's the that's the reason you're in Japan, man. Like I tell you all the time, women in the West dress like whores. Now they think. Now here's the thing: most women think in order to bring the whore up out of them, they gotta dress like a whore to get. the attention that they want. The problem is that everybody's treating them like a whore instead of treating them like the queen, like they declare. Japanese women dress dress because they want to get married and they want to bear children. So they dress the part to play the part. All right. Japanese women are the best women on earth. Like Asian women in general, Taiwanese, Singapore, Korea, these women dress to get married. Okay. All of them. Filipino women too. They want if they want the stable lifestyle, they know they have to play a part. And these women will gladly take the men that are so-called leftovers in America and in these other Western countries to be with you. Japanese women are some of the most sensual women on the face of the earth. Very sensual and very sexual. Their feminine energy complements who they are. That's why they don't have problem gaining attraction from Western men. All right. So when I was in Umeda in Osaka or Shinjuku in Tokyo, you see a lot of these women around, just on the subway and on the elevators, and you just talk to them. You know, it's all about, what I mean, and it's just, that feminine energy. It overwhelms you because there's in America, you got to go to certain places to even taste that type of energy. You know
Mm.
what I mean? And even when they do dress feminine to play the part, they're still whores in the end. They're just doing it so they can get their paycheck. When they are off the clock, trust me, they're taking off the skirt and the stockings and the heels and putting on some sweatpants and then taking out their wine, and they're doing something that I can't mention on this live stream. All right, so
Let me now, before I end the segment, I want to say thank you, bro. Before I get the callers to call in for that breakdown there.
yeah,
Um, I just want to mention that Japan is very, very Japanese. It's been kind of a shock to me because obviously coming from the UK, multicultural, lived in London, living in Birmingham, been to Manchester, you meet different people. You don't really you see a lot of groups of people of different ethnicities and cultures. Even in Tokyo, I tell you, man, it is very, very Japanese. You can go a whole day in some parts of Tokyo without seeing a foreigner. I'll tell you that. um, and it's kind of been a shock to me, like being on the train and just looking at all the Japanese people around me. I've been on the train numerous times. I'm the only foreigner there. Not only the only black guy there, the only foreigner, and that was a packed train. I've never been in that situation before. Not in Panama, not in Germany, and all the countries I've been to. So yeah, just prepare for that, brothers. It's when they say it's homogenous, they mean that it is extremely Japanese,
absolutely.
and I hope they don't bring in mass immigration because it's gonna kind of kill that vibe they have already. Um, that might sound a bit horrible, but the way they do things now, I think it's perfect. In my opinion. Shout out to Mr. Sammy Jones for the $5 super chat. I appreciate you both for the support. Let's get more support flowing in, man. How many videos have I dropped in the past couple of days that have given you more intel, driven you towards success? You've got the Patreon there as well to even help you out navigate the dating scene and have more information about IT, traveling, etc. etc. So like the video, hit the support, that'd be greatly appreciated. Off topic, but heading to Hamburg, Germany next month. Oh, I love Hamburg. Great place. I like your videos. You're doing on Japan. Thank you, bro. Much appreciation, man. Reach out to me for a consultation if you want more information on Hamburg, Germany. Been there, love it. Great place. Awesome. So let's get the phone lines open up, and please be respectful to our guests. No swearing, no explicit talk. Please keep it very PG, okay? Let's get it cracking.
All right,
So you can call in right now, brothers, and let's get it cracking, man. So thank you very much so far, Blue Jersey. Been a
absolutely.
classic stream so far. All right, so let me pin the link to our chat, and then brothers can call in to ask about Japan. Don't ask me about Japan. I'm not going to tell you my experiences yet. Watch my videos. I'll be doing more streams, more videos next week because I'm doing a lot of intel here. Um, I'm going to surprise you in the coming weeks. Okay, I've got so much intel in Japan. It's mind blowing. All right, so feel free to call in and let's have an awesome stream. So, when are you back in Japan again, bro?
Me? Shoot, that's gonna be a long time. Uh, Maybe next year I might try to do Tokyo again, but no, I'm not doing Japan again until I do Seoul.
Mm,
So Seoul has to come off the list. So I got to do Korean Air, man.
damn. Okay. I heard that in some cases Korea is better than Japan, but I'm not sure if the woman check for brothers more in Korea than Japan. But there's
Well,
some cases in there.
I told you about well, you got to go on Patreon and see that interview. So I'm
Mm.
not going to tell him the secret. Uh
Yes. Hey, we record that at the explicit version of the stream on Patreon. So please make sure you join Patreon to hear that. That'll be dropping in the coming days. Of course, to help you navigate the dating scene in Japan. All right. So let me bring in Mr. I am Alex. Alex, can you turn your camera? Smoke detector. It's definitely not me. Thank you, bro. You're confirmed. Let me bring in Mr. Alex. What's going on, bro?
Peace, IP. Peace, my brother. How you doing? I've been listening. I'm here at work. I'm like in 10 minutes. I'm about to get off 7 o'clock. Um, if I have any kind of question, you kind of covered the question about height. I'm 5'11", so hold on. But my question I want to ask is like, when it comes to introductions, you just be like just cool and just calm with it.
which you asking me a question?
You asked our guest right. I am Alex. What? Yeah, I think it's for you, bro.
Uh I am Alex. Repeat the question again. Hello?
He's on mute. I am Alex. Bro, you good? All right, we're gonna have to wait till he comes back, bro. He's I think he's busy. All right, so brothers, feel free to call in. We've got a lot of space in the panel. Let's go. All right, I am Alex. You good?
Yeah, I'm here. I was helping out a customer. I'm sorry about that. If you can repeat what you said, my brother, and I'm here listening.
So
Repeat your
what was your
question.
question?
My question is, cause me, like personally, I get like I won't say nervous, but scrambled in the head of what to say. After I'm learning Japanese on Duolingo. Um, After like I introduce myself and everything, what are the best ways like to keep the conversation going, and to let her know that I'm interested and stuff like that, respectfully.
Uh
Repeat that
I
again,
don't
bro.
get your question.
Well, I mean, like to know, I'm trying to say like, how do I let her know that I'm interested in her after like I did the introduction and
Oh, so
you know,
I don't get your question. So what I'm asking you is how did you meet this girl, and did you meet this girl online?
no, I haven't met no girl. I'm saying once I get my passport and once I do travel to the places that you and IP are discussing, what are the best ways to like conversate and keep the conversation going? That's what I'm asking.
No, first
Cause
of all, my brother, you got to understand that it's not about where you got to go and how you got to do it. It's just a matter of you just doing it. That's one. Two, you got to go where your type of women. If you speak first of all, if you, me and IP will both tell you this: if you speak Japanese in Japan as a black man, you're halfway home.
Hmm.
All right.
Yep.
I just got lucky on a lot of these. You know what I mean? By dressing good and just doing things. But you know, it's all about it's not about just keeping the conversation going and everything like that. It's more so of just concentrating on what you want to get out of this Japanese woman, you being confident in your abilities, to get this Japanese woman. You know what I mean? Once you get to Japan, you're not going to be thinking about, oh, I've met the one. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of Japanese women everywhere you look, and they're all going to be fine. So it's not so much of meeting one and just doing your own thing. It's more so of, you being confident in your abilities and getting that Japanese woman. I'll give you a quick example. When I was in Osaka, I met somebody from Cincinnati, but he was like a super nerd. All right. Black like me, everything else. I asked him, where's your Japanese girlfriend at? He told me he don't know. You know? He was like, I've been here for years and da 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 da. I could tell he ain't got no macking skills. All right. I could just tell he ain't got it. And the way I can tell he ain't got it is because it's virtually impossible if you have just an inkling of game not to get on. All right. Confidence goes a long way. All right. Just because, like, I'm gonna just tell you, they're not gonna be Japanese women. And once you get to Japan, Japanese women are not gonna fall in your lap saying, "Oh, Donald-san." It's not gonna work like that.
Facts.
All right. It just doesn't. All right. You got to come to them, be respectful. You know what I mean? And if Japanese women open up to you and show trust, just don't lose it. Japanese women are not that hard to get along with.
Mm.
All right? They're not hard. You know?
No, I know. I totally get you and understand that, and it's just me. Maybe I'm overthinking it, because I haven't been out there. I only see from because I'm on the Patreon and IP. Like I told you, if you saw my messages, probably by the end of this month I'll be back on the Python. But yeah, I'm trying to learn as much as I can because I'm doing coding. I'm working at this job, and I'm just trying to work and save up some money so I can travel and stuff, because I'm just
Yeah,
gaining
and
information.
I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying is just you just gotta be you.
Mm.
Be you, but be confident. All right. Like women, what I'm saying is that what I mean by the women, it should just fall in your lap. I'm not saying that it's gonna actually fall in your lap. Okay. It's just like you just gotta maintain frame, and women can smell confidence a mile away. So I just go there and I just go with a respectful vibe. If a woman ain't picking up my vibe, so what? There's like I know that there's more of you than it is of me, and I know that a lot of women are interested about me.
Mm.
You know what I mean? When I was in Osaka, I found a bro from Chicago, and we picked up three Japanese chicks out of nowhere. But it was more so of you know us seeing them, and then us starting a conversation with each other. You know, and there was one guy who knew all Japanese. So the guy next to me, he knew Japanese, so we're all talking, and we just kick the night away with each other. you know they're just that laid back, but you have to do your job. There are guys out there, there are incels in Japan. Do not get me mistaken.
Mm.
Foreign incels in Japan, you would think that is not the case. It's very much so the case. Japanese women, what they won't do is they won't talk crap about you behind your back to all sorts of types of women. They might do it with their two friends in front of you, but they will not do it to other women, like like the way black women do it. Like if you piss off one black woman, she'll tell everybody within a 10-mile radius. All right.
Yeah.
So I
Awesome.
totally get you saying. I've
Thank
been
you.
in that type of situation
All
respectfully,
right.
but
Hold
yeah,
on. Thank you, Alex. Hold that thought there, bro. Hold that thought. I'm coming for another question, okay? We got another caller, okay? And if you wear that hat in Japan, bro, you're gonna get played. You're looking like Monkey D. Luffy from One Piece. They love that. They love that anime stuff in Japan. I'm telling you right now, bro. You wear that hat in Japan, they're checking for you, bro. Okay? But peace out from you. Let me bring in Mr. Ramel Diaz. Thank you, bro. You're confirmed. Awesome, brother. Thank you very much. Camera on or camera off? Give me a thumbs up, bro. Camera off, camera on. Okay, let me bring in Mr. Ramel. Let's go, bro. Hey, what's going on, Ramel?
How you doing, RP? I'm very good. Yourself?
Doing fantastic, brother. Good to see you, bro. Hope you're keeping well, brother.
Likewise. Sorry if my voice is a little hoarse. I'm a bit ill today.
Sorry, bro. Hope you get better, man.
Thank you. How you doing, brother? Nice to meet you.
What's going on, my man? What's going on with you?
I'm good, brother. I'm good.
Cracking.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the stream, man. Great intel. I just had a few questions,
Absolutely.
if you indulge me, brother.
Shoot.
Okay. The first question I wanted to know, so from what I'm gathering, you said Japanese women are very wifeable, very girlfriend material. I'd love to hear it. It's not the first time I've heard it. I wondered if you could clarify something. I've often heard that Japanese women will be excellent girlfriend material, but it all switches the moment you elevate them to wife status, and suddenly the intimacy may drop off or they don't act the same. What's your take on that? Is there truth to that, or is it exaggeration?
I think there's some truth to that. I think Japanese women want to get married, you know, and but this isn't any marriage. You know what I'm saying? You still, as a man, have to take control and keep that interest going, even in marriage. She's gonna test you even more. She might, stop putting makeup on or doing this. And one thing about Japanese women, what they'll do is that they'll manage the household finances. They love to do that. All right. But you as a man has to if you don't just because she's Japanese and she's naturally submissive doesn't mean she'll be consistently submissive.
Mm,
Especially if she's in another country and she acts like the women that are in that country. All right. You still gotta put an ashy foot on these women's neck. And I
Mm,
don't mean put your foot on the woman's neck. I don't mean doing that. That's abuse. We don't do that. All right. What I mean is that you are in love with me. We are in America, in this case, New Jersey, and I'm your husband. So as a husband, you have to do, you don't, you know what I mean? Like I still lead, you know? In a way, you have to do as I say because I brought you over here and I'm provided for you. Now, marriage is 50-50. I understand that. But at the same time, I am still the head of the household. So Japanese women can turn it off. But if you're consistently masculine, if you're always on top of your game, if you're always providing, if you're always, and most importantly, if you threaten to leave her, especially a Japanese woman, because once she has kids, ain't nobody gonna go for no, just like a single mom Japanese woman, even they wouldn't put themselves out there. All right.
I
So
get
it's
you.
all, you know what I mean? Like the single who, it happens. Miss Japan Miss Japan. I don't know if you heard of Ariana Miyamoto.
Yes.
First Miss Black Japanese. Now she's a single mother of two
damn.
boys.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she got married. Got married to a guy in Hong Kong. Recently got divorced about 2 months ago.
Damn.
So what I'm
You know what I
gathering
mean?
is all about your frame. It's mainly about your frame.
Exactly. Like she got divorced. Now, what was possibly the most beautiful blazing woman on earth, even she can be reduced down to rubble. All right. In which she's not physically rubble. She's still very attractive, but she has two sons.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? And her mother, you know, had Ariana with her dad. You know what I mean? Dad left the military. A Japanese chick couldn't speak English. You got to go back to Nagasaki chick. You know what I mean? But now her mom is married to some low value um low value Japanese guy who's a chef, who's a sushi chef, I think he is. So
mm,
it's all, it's all about frame.
got
It's
you.
all about frame. Even when Ariana Miyamoto won Miss Japan, everybody was like, damn, she fine. Like all this and this. She's sexy, yo. And then now she's divorced with two children. The only difference between her and the American woman, Ariana Miyamoto is still fit.
Mm. Brother, I have just two more questions. I'll make it quick just in case anyone else wants to jump in. My
Take
second
your time.
question is,
Take your time, bro. No
oh,
one's
okay.
here.
All right, thank you. My second question is, this may be a bit general, but from your experience, how are Japanese women in terms of loyalty? Now, I know different women play different roles. It depends on what you're looking for. If you're just trying to smash, you got those kind of women. But if you want to entertain something more serious at one point, how confident can you be in a Japanese woman's loyalty to you?
I'm pretty confident that a Japanese woman will be loyal to me as long as I don't scare her off or anything like that. Remember, Japanese women were raised to be loyal. Asian women were raised to be loyal, really. It's just the culture of Japan. You also got to understand Japanese women are um Japan in general. What's interesting about it, it adopts the customs of the West without adopting the philosophy of the West.
Mm,
So what do I mean by that? Basically, after the World Wars ended, Japan started adopting democracy, but Japan is very stubborn on changing who they are. So Japanese women are not gonna, the one thing that the worst thing you can do to a Japanese chick is shame her.
mm,
Shame is big. Shame culture is big in Japan. Shame is like soul crushing. All right. I will always use that against the Japanese women. Shame, It's just like Americans and Americans especially, Canadians and Brits, they're like, oh, shame on you. Oh well, bump you, and that's it. You know, Japanese take that junk seriously.
facts.
They will take it seriously. So shame culture is everything. If American women had shame culture, American we wouldn't have all the problems we wouldn't have right now. You're absolutely right, Andre Jr. We need shame culture for American women, but that ain't never gonna happen. But Japanese women, they don't like being shamed. So they would rather be, even though, so they're very disciplined and controlling, taboo. And it's like you gotta understand Asian cultures, like with feminism, like they don't let it infiltrate uh Asian cultures because feminism contradicts their tradition.
Mm.
So they're not gonna compromise that.
You know, brother, on that point, I 100% agree with you. I've lived in both China and Korea, and feminism is very hard to penetrate. But with that said, one thing I've noticed recently is
Well,
slowly
China is
starting
more
to creeping into
feminist.
Seoul. China, they're not really going to let it happen in China. They're too strict. But I've noticed it's starting creeping in Seoul. And
Yeah,
if you go,
so
yeah, when you go on Netflix, you see now the dramas are all different. Only 2 years ago, it's all about a woman falling in love, meeting the love of her life. Now the dramas are all about boss women, boss chicks, CEOs, and you can see it from the media. The feminism is slowly creeping in. But I heard you said you're going to Seoul. You're gonna have an amazing time. I had an amazing time. I don't think the feminism's a massive problem in Seoul, but in the last 2 years, I noticed it's creeping in, and you can see it in the change in their media. The whole media narrative has changed from woman falling in love, meeting the love of her life, to boss chick CEO sleeping around. Why we can do what men can do. You see it in the media. It is changing. But my
but
last question.
it's not creeping up that much.
Mm,
It's not creeping up that much because Korean women are like that. Like they're starting to become like single mamas or like that. So I'm going to Seoul to check that out.
mm. You're still gonna have a great time. Although I say it's creeping in, they're still very much, for the most part, traditional
Yeah, that's
and
what I thought.
lovely. Yeah. So bring me to my last question. It's a bit of a comparison. So I'm starting to focus my interest more in Japan because I've experienced Seoul. What I noticed in Seoul, maybe because it's the capital city, you didn't need that much Korean to get play. I was very successful. I speak Korean now, but 2 years ago I didn't. But what I noticed was the less English ability she has, usually that means the higher quality she was. Is that the same in Japan where you have to invest in learning the language to get a higher quality of woman? That's what I noticed in Seoul.
I don't think that applies.
Okay.
I think because you got to understand the United States military has been doing it for decades. All
Mm,
right. And those are some of the most lame. The guys, I went to this one club in Roppongi called Jumanji. It was all you can drink for $7, and I met some of the biggest dimwits in my life from the Marines over in that from Mount Fuji in that club. All right, they did, and they were pulling Japanese women left and right. You do not need that much. What you do need to know is the culture, and respect. Simple culture, simple respect. That's the That's what gets you over. You know what I mean? I would imagine Korea. Korea's. I don't think it's much different, but I know for Japan, it's all about culture and all that other stuff. But Japanese women, it's all about tact. So Japanese women are very tactful. So yeah, that's it.
Sweet. Thank you, bro. Much appreciated, man.
Now, no problem, Mr. Diaz. Holla back.
Respect.
Great questions, brother. Feel free to stay on the panel, brother. All right, so brothers, feel free to call in. We have a lot of space and a lot of time. This is an amazing stream so far. But I definitely want to touch upon, and brothers, can we get some more support flowing in? Please hit the super chats, hit the PayPal support. That'd be greatly appreciated. I definitely want to touch upon more on the feminism aspect. I track feminism in Japan very closely. Obviously, feminism is poison. And it's kind of so. What I'm seeing is that obviously Japan is part of the G7, and the G7 are one of the richest countries in the entire world, right? Russia used to be there, but they were kicked off because they invaded Ukraine in 2014 with the whole Crimea crisis. Now, obviously, you got the G7, right? You got Japan that doesn't align with feminism, but the other six countries that are pressuring Japan to put all this gender crap, all this feminism nonsense, and it kind of feels like Japan is actually faltering. They're not defending themselves. They're like, yeah, we'll do our best. We'll do our best. Is that just talk, face talk, but inside internally ain't happening? In your opinion, Blue Jersey?
I don't see the feminism in Japan at all. To be honest with you, LGBTQ was there was LGBTQ awareness in Shinjuku Station, and like I said before, one Japanese guy was so confused about what LGBTQ was, he thought it was some corporation. So there's really no uh there's they're just like, what's that? Oh, that, which they frown upon. Actually, they frown upon it big time. So yeah, they just don't really care. Feminism, you ask a Japanese, oh, what do you think about feminism? Oh yeah, feminism is where they fight for women of some sorts. What? And then you tell them what it actually is, and then they're just like, they just quietly shun it away. And that's the way you treat feminism. You quietly shun it away. And feminists hate that because they spent money and resources and biological waste on trying to push this in Japan. But Japan is more like, yeah, but that ain't us. And that ain't what we do. Filipinos just ain't down with it. So, feminism can only grow where it's tolerated, and it's not tolerated in Asia.
Mm. And also on that note, right, being in Japan so far, I must say it's very convenient, right? It's very convenient for Japanese people, including Japanese women. Like everything works there. They got 24-hour shops. They have the best food. Transportation works. They earn money. Because it's kind of cheap there, and I'm surprised for a first world country. Everyone, most people there live reasonable, good lives. You know, it doesn't look like the women ain't oppressed in Japan. I'll tell you that they're not oppressed. Um, they, everyone there has a very good life. I'm telling you, the quality of life in Japan is amazing, right? You can be working, right, a non-corporate job. Let's say you're a lorry driver or something like that, right? And still live a very reasonable life in Japan. Being a lorry driver in the UK, or you're barely getting by, right? So they've done a great job there, and I think that's one of the reasons why feminism is it's hard for it to penetrate because the society that just functions so well. People there are living great lives. Is that would you agree on that, Blue Jersey?
Yes, absolutely. Their lives are good just the way it is. Whereas American and well, more American than British because Britain is capitalist to a certain extent when it comes to their own. Whereas in America, it's just totally capitalist. So it's all about what you can get. It's about getting that U.S. dollar. So yeah, I would definitely say that. Um, the lifestyle is pretty good over
Mm.
there. People, just want to live comfortably, go to work, and drink Sapporo beer and eat Wagyu steak.
Yeah, and they're happy with that. If they can find any small bit of happiness, they are happy with that. I'm seeing
Yep.
female hairdressers very happy, living great lives. So the way their money system works here in Japan, they have done a great job in keeping people very happy. Um, yeah, and it's very cheap for a first world country. Even the Japanese people would admit it themselves. They just live very great lives. So well done for Japan for building such a great society, in my opinion. Don't change it. Don't allow the liberals. Don't allow the weirdos to try and change your culture and society. It's perfect the way it is. Please push back and fight back. Go on, Romel.
Brother, I wanted to ask you when we're on this topic of feminism, similar but slightly deviating. In terms of materialism, how are Japanese women in terms of materialism? What do they value? Is it materialism or family for the most part?
They value family. They value family. Family is important to them. I would say that materialism. I will say this. They do believe in looking good.
Mm,
All right,
Nothing wrong with
but
that.
no, and there's nothing wrong with that. But they prioritize their family first. But they're not gonna like. It's just like, to me, I don't think Japanese women were all that materialistic. They can be high maintenance at points, but it's worth it. I
Okay.
will
I
say that.
usually notice when a lot of Asian women come over to the UK, I presume it might be the same in America, but when they come here, all they talk about is career, getting the bag, families out of the picture. They can be in their 30s and all they're talking about is career, career, career. So again,
Well,
I
that's
think when
because
here,
in the West,
hold on,
when
the
they
situation here poisons them.
well, in Japan, well, my thing about it is that you're in they're in the UK for that reason. They ain't
Mm,
in there to to find a man and get married and all that stuff. They in there because these countries make trade deals with each other, and when they send their kids off to university, whether it be in the West or in the East, you know they're gonna go to where the money is. London is the global financial headquarters. You know what I mean? And the experimental headquarters is in New York City. So there's plenty of Indians where I'm at. And there's plenty of Chinese where I'm at. And
mm,
they all go to work and they all have their own communities in the suburbs. They all work at Goldman Sachs and Got Dog, Lehman Brothers and Wall Street. And what's the crap called in London? Goddamn Barclays.
mm.
You know, that's just the way it is. You just, yes, Andre Jr. 316, get away from these Western women as soon as possible. They are no good. Okay, do not deal with them. Yeah, I stay away from them as much as possible, and then I just do me after that. But you know, you as a black man, you know, being from the UK, when you meet these Asian women, actually, I found the Chinese to be very nice in London.
huh?
Um,
What?
very well, nicer than New York City, because in New York if you don't see them in a Chinese store, they are they I just They'll just walk across the street from you in New York City. They don't want nothing to do with you. Japanese people in the states. I met one in Queens. They're generally nicer. All right, and that's what got my interest in Japanese women. So when they came to college and all that other stuff, they were very shy and reserved. If they had any racism, I didn't notice it.
Mm. It's so funny. I've noticed such a massive difference. My experience. Touch on this, please, IP, if you've experienced something similar.
Mm.
Asian women in the UK, very whitewashed,
Yep.
extremely whitewashed, not
I
really
can see
checking
that.
hair. But when I went to Asia, I first landed in China first, stayed there for half a year, then went to South Korea. Whole different ball game. I received so much more love there, but the Asian girls here weren't trying to know.
Which is weird because obviously, like Ramel, like UK is very multicultural, more multicultural than China. So you would think like the Asian women here, they know what a black person is or a black man is. They've been around them, went to school with them. Completely different. They avoid us. They cross the road. They kind of hate us. In the UK, right? But in Japan, I'm like, they're not hiding their phones away from me. They're not running away from me. They're very comfortable around me. I'm shocked so far. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
It's just it's a complete mind trip. I'll tell you that. Um, yeah, westernized Asian women, they're too whitewashed. It's not happening. It's not happening with them. They're basically white women, in my opinion. Shout out to Mr. Bed Mike for the $5 super chat. How much is comfortable over there, though? That's a good question, Dan. Let me ask this question
Educate
first.
that, Mike.
So Japan is so comfortable that you know you don't have to cook your own food. You can live off
I would agree
literally.
with that.
You can literally live off going to the shops every day, 3 times a day or 5 times a day, and it will not put a dent in your pocket. Right? I actually feel like cooking, buying the ingredients and cooking the food is actually more expensive than actually going out, which is weird because in the UK, right, if you're going out all the time to buy food, you're going to feel it in your pockets. It's going to be extremely expensive. In Japan, it's the complete opposite. 7-Elevens, uh, this thing called something kitchen origin that I've been to quite a few times. The ramen shops is cheap. That's how comfortable it is, bro. From a food perspective, would you agree or disagree, Blue Jersey?
Absolutely agree. When I told you, so basically, yep, Lawson's Family Mart, to 7-Eleven. I remember going to Lawson. I told you that never fly United, guys. That's another thing. Never fly United Airlines. Um, Getting off, I just had my book bag with me, and I had to go to a law. I had to get clean drawers. Lucky enough, the Lawson had it right outside of the airport, and it was about I spent about $25 on some underwear, some mouthwash, a toothbrush, and some other toiletries I needed before my bags came 2 months later. So Japan is very cheap. There was another place, and by the way, IP, did you ever go to that restaurant I told you about?
Not yet, man. Not yet, bro. Not yet. It's
Not
on my
okay.
list. Don't worry.
All right. So there's I recommended IP a restaurant, Romel, and it's called Nikuya Yokocho. It's all you can eat A5 Wagyu and all you can drink alcohol for 2 hours. And
All you
yeah,
can eat Wagyu.
A5 Wagyu. Like, yes.
Damn.
It was it, and the best part about that is that they bring it to you on a plate and you gotta grill it yourself. But the thing about Wagyu is it melts on contact. So, and when you put it over high flames, it gets medium rare in about 25 seconds. So, the food was so good, and then when you had the alcohol, you had the Henny, the Bacardi, and all these drinks on the wall. It's not like they gotta pour the bottle out to you. It's hanging on the wall, and then you gotta pull the latch, and all the alcohol comes out, and then you got the soft drink mixes to go along with it. And you know how much that meal cost me?
Um,
$55 US,
Damn.
which will be in UK 41 pounds at about 20 pences.
You can't even get a one Wagyu steak for that price here.
Damn.
Yeah, that's how cheap it is. IP, you better go to that restaurant. There's all types of Wagyu restaurants across the city, but that one right there, that's the best bang for your buck. Now, IP, I will tell you this: when you go, you got to take an elevator. All right, and it's not gonna say, "Oh, you can eat Wagyu outside." You gotta take the elevator to the seventh floor. Like you got a lot of restaurants like that. There was a hot pot restaurant I went to in Osaka that was $30, and it was all you can eat and all you can drink. And they have a lot
Damn.
of all you can drink there as well. You know what I mean? There's all you can eat Wagyu shops. I went to another Wagyu buffet restaurant in Osaka. That was a little bit more on the expensive side. It was about, I would say, $80 and about 60 pounds UK money. But the experience was like, it made you feel like a king. It came out with this gigantic Wagyu platter and with this egg and this type of miso soup. Man, it made you feel like a king, dude. You know what I mean? I was playing Nas Uchi Wally Wally Uchi Bang Bang in the back. It was something else, dog. It was but it was a different experience, but absolutely. Like when I first landed in have you been to Akihabara yet?
Of
IP?
course I have. Yes.
All right. So
An
when I first
anime
got off there,
place. Hmm.
right near there. So Sega, the Sega arcade used to be near there. It was a ramen shop. Once you go inside the ramen shop, you see like all these. You get to order your ramen outside of there, and it's about 500 yen, which is about $3 to $4 American, 1 to 2 to 3 pounds British, and man, and I'm not talking about um I'm not talking about like the oodles and noodles you eat out the damn pack. All right, I'm talking about Naruto style ramen with the egg and the little fish spiral in the middle. You know what I mean? Real good ramen and the free clean water. Man, it was such an experience.
Yep. Thank you, bro. Yeah. And also to add, like, you're going to meet women that say they don't cook, and don't try and link it to how West women say they don't cook. But let me tell you, right, Japan, because it's so convenient, right, everyone goes out to eat, right? So women can cook there, but because you can just buy the food and it's cheaper, they just go there every day, 3 times a day. So that's how comfortable it is. But obviously, we want our women to cook for us and know how to cook, but just bear that in mind, okay? All right, so Mr. I am Alex. What, you back in the building? Go on, bro. Any questions?
Yeah. To the last, but it was one of the brothers I think he asked a question that was kind of similar to mine, because when we saying about Japan and Osaka, I was gonna ask which is like the best place to live. I know I heard about Japan and there's places, but is Osaka, is that a good place to live? Because me and my situation, I will soon be getting a place, and then after that, I'm just gonna be doing my coding classes and still going to work. And once I made enough money, I'm planning trips to visit and everything. But once I want to settle and find a place to move to at that place, and I just want to
More
know
than
which one's the
likely,
best
I would.
one.
That's up to your preference. If you like the city life, either Tokyo or Osaka can benefit you more. If you like partying and turning up more, you know what I mean? Osaka, like I said, I treat Osaka like Atlanta. You know what I mean? Osaka, when I was living in Atlanta 10 years ago, um, I never went hungry, and there was always a party around. But the thing about that is that there may not be jobs that pay enough to live the lifestyle that you want. That lifestyle may be in Tokyo. All right. So Tokyo, you may get like the bougie Kanto Japanese people up there. But Yokohama is real nice too, bro. Um,
Mm.
you know, Yokohama is like the Newark, a cleaner version of Newark and Boston for Japan. It's real nice. It got a lot of history to it. But them and Tokyo are like next door neighbors. Um, so yeah, you just gotta know how to maneuver. Um, whatever suits your boat. You know what I mean? I would say
Oh,
this: the more in the country you are in Japan, like if you're near the military bases like Sasebo and Nagasaki and all that, then you're gonna attract. I would say you would get more down to earth women than you would in those two cities. Well, not necessarily Osaka, but definitely in Tokyo. But it really just depends on where you want to live.
Oh yes, that's all I'm trying to figure out. Because after this is over, I'm gonna watch the replay, take notes on everything. Because that's what I'm just trying to do. But thank you for answering my question. Thanks for IP for inviting me again. But I'm about to hop off and
All
just
right, take
listen
it
in the
easy.
background.
All right, awesome, bro. Peace out, brother. Thank you very much. All right, so we've got 20 more minutes left. Let's get some new callers in. If you don't call in, I'm gonna let Blue Jersey leave early so he can enjoy the rest of his whether it's morning or night there, so time zone differences. I'm not sure
It's
what time it is.
10:29 out there, out here.
Oh, okay, okay, awesome, bro. All right, yes, Mr. Demswood in the building, my superstar mod. Missed you, bro. Let me bring in Mr. Demswood in the building.
Okay.
What's going on, Demswood?
Oh, what's up, IP? Welcome
I'm,
back.
I'm doing I'm doing good, brother. Welcome back to you too, brother. Been a minute. How you keeping, man?
All good, all good. How's Niho treating
I got some stories for you.
you?
It's amazing here, man. I feel like it's paradise for brothers who work in IT, who are into anime, um, who are nerds. They're really respected here as opposed to, in the UK and other Western countries. You definitely gonna love it, Thomas. I'll tell you that, bro.
Awesome. What about our Japanese sisters, bro? Have you seen any?
Oh, let me tell you this, brother. I don't want to give away my experience yet. Um, I got a brother to share his experience, but I will be sharing my experience in a couple of weeks down the line, brother. But
Okay.
do you have any questions for our guests, though, Demswood?
Yeah. So I forgot the brother's name. What's his name again?
Blue Jersey, dog. Blue Jersey.
Oh, nice to meet you, brother. How are you?
Doing great, my man. What's going on?
So, bro, how summarize your experience with Japanese women, bro? Give me the good.
Amazing. Amazing. Sensual, sensitive, beautiful, clean, and I mean clean. Uh, you know, reasonable. Um, they can be easy to scare off. But Demswood, one thing about it is that you like Japanese women is everything our women should be. Feminine, cooperative, not you don't even have to have a six pack. Just just a nice, presentation. And then the Blasians out there. You know what I mean? The Blasians, I've saw a couple of them. You know what I mean? And of course, they're sexy as hell. You know, and yeah, do what? Yes, you damn right I do. Um, it's just it. But really, it's just and I say that is because we're talking off of femininity here. All right, and I really value that because I'm not about to give up my resources. I'm a homeowner. Okay, and I
Mm.
have a big house. I got 7 bedrooms.
Damn.
All right, I got 7 bedrooms, but I live in an apartment in the house, so it's a multi-family house. So I rent out the other 2 units. Um, but I'm not about to share my resources, with just any old girl off the street,
Mm.
and I mean any girl off the street. So these women in the West will size you up, and they'll just be like, "Yo, like, you know, you can take care of me and my kids." That ain't happening. All right. Now, when I bring, you know what I mean, my mother is gonna get mad at me when I bring home an Asian woman. She's like, you couldn't be loyal to the sisters. I'm just like, well, what's out there? You know what I mean? Y'all are hit up by 15. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? You got all these issues with you. You know, there's a reason why us passport bros exist. You know, we're not your insurance plan. All right, which a lot of them are treating it as such. They think like when a woman comes to you out of her prom, like there was a woman, right? And IG after this, like I'll show you the conversation and
Mm,
in a future video. I mean, not in a future video, but in a converse in a on Instagram DM.
mhm.
This girl, she we used to talk to each other back in high school. All right, we went to two different high schools. Long story short, I went away for college. My college was right back there. There it is, Ohio State. That's where I went. And and this girl basically the hood dude shot it up. You know what I mean? She got two sons now. You know, and this is how. So she saw me traveling doing the passport bro thing. She has the indignation to ask me for. Mind you, we haven't seen each other for 15 years. She asked me to borrow $100.
Oh my goodness. The audacity.
There,
The
right there.
but she doesn't understand how insulting that is. Like once you've had foreign women and their
Mm-hmm.
love and their treatment to you, like it makes Western women and what they've been given, like you only fall what Western women give you if you don't know any better, or unless you're just plain stupid. That too. But in that case, like you got this woman asked me for $100. So I was just like, listen, hello, how you doing? But I'm insulted that you would ask me for that, you know? And I can't really tell you what I told her because I made a promise to IP that I control my mouth. But I just
how,
made I
how
just
about
made her go ahead.
how about this? Say in a PG way.
Huh? I just told her that you just all right, let me put it like this. I'm just like, you just see the success that I've been doing and you use Jesus Christ as a way to cover up your transgressions and your whoredom and your nasty ways. You know, you've insulted me and you haven't even offered me box. That's the crazy thing. You never offered it, and I haven't seen you in over 15 years. You've asked me to pay for your medication, which I haven't done, and then on top of that, you're not the slender 5'7", 110-pound girl. You're now the 5'7", 260-pound woman. All
Oh,
right, you gained 150 pounds. All right, and all you think about, and I'm gonna just put it the PG way, um, unprotected jello pop and liquor. That's what you care about. All right. And honestly, I don't appreciate it. And then she went off on me trying to put me in check, was just like, oh, well, I've been an alcoholic. I've been in and out and da 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 da. And I just told her, but how are you gonna have a boyfriend and then ask me for money?
Mm.
I'm in good health. I ain't got no problems. You're basically saying that I'm worthless and I should just give you money. I was like, out of shape, out of your prime, and out of your god dog mind. I told her that. I'm just like, don't you ever hit me up on DM on Facebook asking me for $100. She actually did that, and I got the receipts to show it. But let me just get straight to the point with the Japanese woman. The Japanese woman isn't like that. All right, they're not gonna run game on you. They might cheat on you,
Damn.
but that's up to you because Japanese women like consistency too. Once again, they're not gonna say, "Oh, Demwood-san." They're not gonna just ooze into your lap. All right, it don't work like that. It works like Once again, like the Japanese women and the black women has been going out since the end of World War II.
Yep.
In the 1950s, that's when you saw your blazings. All right, the residue from the wars. All right, and that's where you see all these. Now you're starting to see that generation, those kids who came out. They're entering their 60s and right about now their 70s. All right, the blazing that generation of blazings are coming out, and there's a how many of y'all in the chat ever saw the Jet article from the 1950s?
I seen
Where
that.
it's yeah, where it says it did the story on the Millers about how brothers were checking for Japanese wives back then. Do Japanese women make better wives? All right, and they was doing this in the 50s, and all you see is these super happy black men with their Japanese wives. So it was save yourself black men back then, but you had to be in the army for that or the navy to do all that. That's where you start seeing your half and halves. But you know what I mean? You start seeing black women getting jealous, but also black women back in those days were a lot more feminine than they are today.
Yep.
So even though they was jealous, there was still the you should do this and this and this. Oh, you should do this and this and this. You still had that. Whereas Japanese women, they were just, hey, I'm with this brother. I'm cool now. You know what I mean? Creating these beautiful Japanese babies. All right? That's just it. You know what I mean?
Awesome, bro. Let me read the super chat real quick. Shout out to Mr. Andrew Ski Gordon. Let me put your media DMs. I'm hearing some clicking. $45 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. It's funny you guys were talking about Chinese women. I talked to one today, and she was really sweet, and I spoke to her in Chinese. I don't know if it's me, maybe because I'm a dark skinned black man, but I'm having huge problems with Chinese women, Asian women in the West. I think it's
Yep.
because I'm dark skinned, because I feel like these women are very colorist. If I was a light skinned brother like you are, Andrewski, I think I will get more play. I feel like Chinese women in particularly hate dark skinned black men. That's how I feel, right? From what I've seen and from what I've heard, right? But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
No, no, no. I can back you on that. I can back you because in the past I dated a Western Chinese woman, but there's a reason why I've never gone back to that again.
Damn.
You
There you
know
go, man.
yeah. You know, Chinese women, they love their white men. They worship their white men. So I'm cool. I'm cool. I don't need Chinese women. I'm cool. I've got Japanese women. I've got Korean women. I've got Thai women. Better Asian women. So
And
it's all cool.
I swear this. I swear down as well. Sorry for cutting you off, bro. But like when they with their white man, they give me some weird look, man. I
Mm-hmm.
swear that they just like it's like they're racist as the white people towards me. They're taking the racism from the white trait, internalize it, and push it out towards me. So I get some weird looks whenever I walk past a white man and an Asian woman couple or white Asian couple. I'm kind of sick of it in the West, but they just don't mess with us. And so, man, we did nothing to them. We did nothing to them. No, I think they are extremely colorist, man. I'm telling you that.
Uh,
It's gone,
I
bro.
Yeah, you're right, bro. I won't go in depth because we have spoken about this in the past. But yeah, I'm just gonna say this, man. Brothers, don't go for Chinese women. Just don't.
Thank you. I'm not anti-Chinese, but there's something about the Chinese woman that doesn't rub me the right way.
Hmm. Yeah, I agree, but I get weird looks from them, like I'm some sort of monster. Nah, uh, Chinese women, they're definitely on that red list for me at the current time. I think the Japanese women are your best bet. Korean, from what I've heard from Ramel, I think there's a chance there. But again, I'm not too sure about Korean women, but Ramel had a great time there, so I'll go check it out myself. But Japan, I can verify that 100%. If you want an East Asian chick, and in my opinion, Japanese women are the best looking East Asian women. It's Japanese, then Korean, and then whoever falls after, in my opinion.
I would
Do you
say
do
it'd be a
you,
tie
do you agree?
between Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnamese.
But in terms of East Asian women, East Asia, East.
Oh, East Asia. Oh, Philippines then.
Philippines is on
Nah.
East, bro. That's Southeast.
Okay, all right. Well, shucks.
All
I
right, let's
just
just
I
say
just like
let,
Japan.
let's just say in terms of Asian women, Japanese women are S tier. They're best of the best,
Yep, and then the most reasonable of the bunch, so it doesn't even come close.
and plus they look good in all flavors.
Mm.
Yes,
So,
and I do
so,
mean all flavors.
so like nah. Yes, IP. We want black Japanese women. Where's Theo? Hey Theo, I know you're here.
I actually met one the other day, but she spoke no English. Man, I tried to get an interview. She spoke no English. No English. That was hard. So I couldn't get an interview
Where'd
from
you
her.
meet her? Where'd you meet her? Where?
I met her in Tokyo.
How's she like?
So she had a mask on. They all still wear masks. A lot of the women,
Like crazy.
even though which is weird. But even though it's not really needed, she was wearing all white. Had a white mask. I knew she was black. She had like a tan skin tone, but she acted like a Japanese chick. I was like, whoa, this is like a black looking chick acting Japanese, like really girly, and it really got my juices flowing. To keep it PG, but I couldn't get an interview from her, unfortunately. Let me read a super chat. Let me bring in Ramel afterwards. And Mr. Blue Jersey is coming up to 2 hours, brother. So feel free to stay on or leave if you want to, brother. But I want to say thank you, brother, for your time so far. I know you're probably busy, but feel free to leave anytime you want to, bro. Shout
Uh,
out.
does
Go on, bro.
anybody have before I leave? Does anybody have more questions for me?
Yes, let
Yes.
me bring in Diaz, and we'll get Demswood and Diaz to ask you more questions, and then me and Demswood and Diaz will carry on with the stream. Go
All
on, go
right,
on, go on, go on Demswood first and Ramo after.
all right.
So
And before you do so, Demswood, sorry, bro. Shout out to Mr. Techie North for the $10 super chat support, bro. Thank you for the support, brother. Much appreciation. Thank you very much. Go on, Demswood.
brother, now this may sound controversial, but IP, you know this question all too well. Bro, when you were in Japan, did you encounter any Yakuza women?
No, I've seen. Matter of fact, I take that back. I've seen them in Kabukicho,
Mm.
but they were right there. They were for the Yakuza, and I don't mess with the Yakuza, and I just leave it at that.
How did you know she was Yakuza? Tattoos or?
They're like, you had some tattoos, but you see, like, she's always around Yakuza men, and Yakuza usually run the clubs
Mm,
Mm.
in that area.
yeah,
So I just, more than likely make connection that is them. But there's no reason for me to talk to Yakuza girls. So because the Yakuza is like the blood, is like the Bloods and the Crips in Los Angeles. They're not gonna mess with you unless you mess with them.
yeah. I can
Did
verify that. Go on, bro.
did you late at night? Did you encounter any the Hanguru gang, the biker gangs?
No, never saw them.
What about you? Oh, IP. What about you?
No, I haven't seen them yet. I've seen Yakuza. I've been to that area, Kabukicho. I'm gonna drop the content on that. Probably next week. I've been there. I saw Yakuza, but I didn't see the other gang. No.
Yeah, cool. Any when you're in Japan, do you see any other foreign women like Russian women, um, Turkish women, etc.?
Did I see any other race of women?
Yeah.
Korean, lots of Korean.
Interesting. How are they
How
like in Japan? Oh,
sorry,
sorry,
face
IP.
that, Demswood. How did you know they were Korean? Blue
Their
jerseys.
names.
Okay.
like Jae Hun Byung, whatever the heck it is.
Man.
Oh
And
man.
most of them work for Korea Air. They treat Japan like it's their own background. But the Koreans I met spoke perfect English. So
Mostly in Tokyo. Mostly in Tokyo or particular area that you met them.
I met the Korean. Well, you got to go on a live stream for this. But the one that I met at Kabukicho with the mother.
On the
But I
Patreon.
gotta,
Yeah.
yeah. But you got to catch that on Patreon.
Ooh.
Okay.
No freebies.
Uh, well, before I let Brother Ramel talk, how's the hip hop scene
Ooh,
in
it's
Japan?
deep, 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 deep. Especially if you're around if you're in Osaka and you dress like a hip hop star, they're definitely gonna give you love. So you to the club, all you can drink clubs like the drunken clam or whatever it was, like where I have to spend 2,000 yen, which is about $15. You get all these high level drinks. Like you had like you got to go to the Patreon and see that too. But it was all types of wild hip hop, breakdancing in the middle of the club, and then you had like the Wii with the Super Smash Brothers in the background. It was dope, man.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, thanks for that, bro.
Absolutely.
Be- Before you
And
see your
I'm gonna
question,
entertain Romel one more
be,
time
be,
before I leave.
before Ramel says this question, Deborah, I just want to ask you my question as well. Um, so I get a lot of people asking me, "Hey, IP, is Japan for older men? You know, can older men still go out to the clubs, bars, meet younger women, much younger than them?" From what you saw out there, brother, is it a young man's game in Japan, or can older men still do
I
well
think
with the
it's just a
younger?
man's game in general.
Okay,
Like once again, you know what I mean. Like as long as you look presentable and you're not dirty or smell like Japanese don't like strong scent, and that could be good or bad. But they would rather, if they had a choice, they would obviously choose the good over the bad. You can't be stinking. They would rather kick you out and not pay the bill than you be stinking up in their clubs and in their places. They will literally hose you down or try to find a onsen for you to wash yourself and cleanse yourself.
okay,
But yeah,
okay. Thank you, go on, Mel. Thank you, brother.
last question,
Yes, brothers. What's going on, Dems? You okay?
Romel.
How you doing, brother? Really quick before my question, I just want to back up IP on the China point. The colorism is definitely a thing. I know you mentioned the girls with the umbrellas because they don't want to get dark. I saw that a lot in China, not so much in Korea. And in the language itself, they have a phrase called "buhewa," which means "don't black me." So when you're being
Wow.
disrespectful to
Mm-hmm.
someone, "buhewa," don't black me.
That's true.
So black itself
Mm-hmm.
is seen as a negative, but it's not even just us to us as black people, but even amongst themselves. Like I know in their history, working outside, being dark meant that you was low class. You worked outside in the fields, so they do have a colorism thing. So IP, you're not wrong there. But brother, just to touch on what Dems asked with the hip hop scene, similar question. So I have a Jamaican background. I was actually born in Jamaica, and from what I've seen in Japan, there's a big subculture where they love dance hall and reggae, and I've seen that they have carnival in Japan. Is that true? Can you speak on that quickly? I was just very interested to know that.
I cannot speak on that because I never heard of it. But if I ever did heard of that, I would have been there. You know what I mean? Because if Japan has a carnival, you got to understand, Japanese people are respectful of most African customs to begin with. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So even though in some cases, they have their little colorism thing over there, but it's not that deep because um Raimu Kamenashi and Aisha Toshigi are both half Japanese and both are Ghanaian and what's the other thing?
Bro, well,
Ghanaian
hold on,
and
bro. So, but you know Ryan Kamagashi. You know
no,
her.
I don't know her personally, but what I'm at saying is that colorism is not that deep in Japan like everybody thinks it is. As far as the dance hall part, like I know some half Jamaican, half Japanese over there. You
Mm.
Oh,
know,
nice.
so they what I'm saying is that to tie it all up and just to get straight to the point, Jamaicans, I mean, the colorism can't be that deep over there, even though it's prevalent. You know, because you still have a Nigerian presence, you still have a West African presence, you still have an African American presence, and to a certain extent, you have a British Caribbean presence over there. So with all these presidents and all this Western ways, you know, you got everybody mixing with everybody and having these Japanese sons and these black half Japanese daughters, you know. So, you know, I never heard of a carnival. I'm gonna look that up as soon as I
Check it
get
out.
done
Yeah, it's
eating.
definitely there. Check it.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. But guys, I gotta get out of here. I'm hungry as crap. Thank you so much for having me. It was a real cool. I'm gonna listen to this live stream when I'm eating all you can eat lobster and crab in Brooklyn during my Sunday tradition and when I usually watch this show, you know what I mean, to take down my notes. I'm glad to be a guest on this show. You know, I've never thought I would be a guest. You know, I just commented on one of his things and that DM, and that's how we got to this thing. So thank you, YP, for having me. All right.
Thank you, bro. Thank
And
you,
then
brother.
we'll
Peace out.
follow up probably Saturday or Sunday. For the rest of you guys, peace out. Much love.
Yo,
Peace.
peace out, Blue Jersey. Thank you, brother. Awesome. Great, great. Shout out to Blue Jersey over there. Fantastic stream so far. I see Pooh in the background. Can you turn your camera on so I know it's you, Pooh, and you're not a troll. Thank you, Pooh. Yep, it is you, Pooh. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mr. Pooh. But before I do so, brothers, can we get the likes up, please? Can we get more support flowing in? Please support the movement. You know, cop the match, hit the super chats, hit the PayPal, and definitely join the Patreon. Be a lifetime member. Support me every month, and of course, I'm going to drop the explicit version and X-rated version of this live stream because that was crazy, extremely crazy. Only on the Patreon for you, Patreon brothers. Let's go. Um, don't black me. Are you serious, Ramel?
Yeah, bro. There's an actual phrase in China. Bu as in don't. Hey means black war me. Don't black me. Bu hey
That's
war.
crazy, man.
What does that mean? Is that don't make me blacker or
So
what?
basically it's a general phrase. So whenever anyone's disrespecting you or doing anything bad, it's just anything bad, they say don't black me. Hey, don't disrespect me. Don't throw shade at me. So it just I constantly see a negative connotation with black. It's even ingrained in the language. So anything
Mm.
bad is represented with black in China. I noticed that in China. Bu hei wa.
Wow.
Let me
Ooh.
let
Go
me.
on, bro.
Sorry, IP. Let me continue on what Brother Ramel said. Um, there was this IP. Do you remember this video of one Chinese woman? She was telling her daughter that all black people are bad. Don't go and go near them. Do you remember that video?
I remember that video. Yes.
Yeah, that was just well. They're
It
And
all
seems
she's
that Japan is just the place to be. Like in China, I'll be honest, they're not all bad. Some of them are good, but for the majority I've seen, the colorism does definitely exist heavy in China. It seems like Japan's more laid back and is a bit nicer. But again, I said this when I spoke to UIP. China is just good for making money. I don't advise brothers to
yes,
go there.
yeah.
There's
wow.
always going to be a love-hate relationship between being a black man and then the rest of the world. We got our own problems as far as colorism. Yeah, what's up? Hello, everybody. But yes, as far as colorism goes, it's like no one wants to be black, but everybody wants to be black. Y'all know how
Mm.
it is. China, Korea, Japan, everywhere there's a strong hip hop presence. Well, not really China. That's just how it is. Uh, we're celebrated as long as we're not there present, and yeah, they don't want to include us. They somehow they know how to keep us out of the party, but they'll celebrate with our music. It's
You
just
know
how
what, dude? It's almost like Koreans, they want black culture, but without the black people.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what
yeah.
it is. That's exactly what it is. Everybody want to be black, but no one wants to be black.
Damn, damn. That's crazy, man. That's that's wild. Um, you know, I will tell you this, right? You're gonna see women, that wear umbrellas when it's really hot, obviously not to get darker. But these same women in Japan will still date a dark skinned brother. I don't get it. And if you have a child with him, the child won't come out dark. Japan is weird, man. I'm telling you, and I'm gonna explain my thoughts down the line. It's a very complex society, right? But it is an amazing country. I'm telling you, best country I've been to so far. I'll tell you that. Um, Someone in the chat wrote about Taiwanese women. So if you can maybe call in, because I thought Taiwanese was also Chinese as well, but you're telling me they're checking for brothers
No,
too in
totally different, bro.
Taiwan.
Totally,
Whoa.
totally different game, bro. Totally different game. That's a cheap ticket from Japan. Sometimes you just check. I forgot what website it is, but yeah, you can catch an $80 ticket every once in a while and hurry up and fly out for a weekend. I've done that a few times. They check for us everywhere. Always said that, but yeah, I never had a problem in any country. Maybe it's how I present myself, how I carry myself. I'm always going to be respectful. Um, so I've never had an issue anywhere. Never. I don't think. No, I've never been to China. Never had a desire to be there. But in Asia, I tell brothers that like anytime I meet a brother that seems to have himself together, I tell him, hey, check this out, man. Check out Asia. See what it's like. It's different over there. So
But
yeah, Taiwan is where it's at, man. I don't think it's number one for me. Very small place, and you're probably going to run into some type of. You're going to probably run into a higher percentage of some colorism there rather than Japan, where they're chill and cool and respectful. I know you could probably second to that IP how respectful and how sweet the people can be.
Have you been to Taiwan before, Put?
Yeah, I flew in there a few times. Every time I caught a little cheap ticket, I was in the military, so uh,
Oh, I
yeah,
never
every time
knew
I
that.
got a chance, yeah, when I was in Okinawa, yeah, anytime I got a chance, I was out of there. I checked it out. It's cool, man. It's a totally different vibe. Very small, like an island. Taipei, it's pretty cheap ticket.
Oh,
but
okay. Brother, is that enough to do a stream in the future about Taiwan, about the woman?
That'd
Or
be
no?
one. That'd be one.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, wow. I never knew you went to Taiwan. Oh, go on, Dems with sorry, bro.
you know, Asia's a mystery to me. Don't get me wrong. I love East Asia or Southeast Asia, but when they're talking about IP where they use umbrellas not to get darker. I'm just reminds me of Thai women, how golden their skin are.
Mm.
And I'm like, it's crazy because they wear umbrellas, but I find Thai women with the golden skin like super attractive.
Yeah, same here, bro. Same here. And you will see some Japanese women with some golden skin, but it's not common. But it's here in Japan, and they're very attractive, very very attractive. Mr. Pooh, I'm gonna reach out to you on IG later on to set up that Taiwan stream in the future because I'm super interested in one. And this is a special intel for you brothers. I met a Taiwanese chick in Japan, and yeah, I was surprised that she was present towards me. Obviously, Taiwanese they're Chinese people, but the way she wasn't scared of me, she spoke to me. Yeah, that was a trip. Damn.
Another good vibe as usual.
Wow. So you tell me they're checking for brothers?
Yeah, they're checking for brother. Everyone's curious about us. They only see it. They only see us on TV, and there's a little bit of propaganda, yeah, but they see us do amazing things, amazing feats of strength. Um, Everyone's very interested in our culture and is how we speak. They want to know. It's always cool to know a black guy. Um, yes, when you're a passport bro, yeah, you gotta prepare yourself. You are the black guy. You're the black guy now. You're one of the 1% of people um, in these countries. If especially if you're going to Asia, you're a very small percentage of black men are traveling already. But very small percentage of brothers, really have it together where they want to, check out, what life is like outside the West. So, I mean, just prepare yourself. You're gonna be the black guy.
Wow, this is good. All right, thank you, bro. I might have to put Taiwan on the list. But obviously, I want to hear your intro and full first pull. So let's set up that stream ASAP. I'll reach out to you, brother. Um, so anyone want to call in? Happy to go on for a bit longer. We got over 80 people watching, but we got to get more support flowing. That'd be greatly appreciated, man, brothers. I'm out here getting on the ground boot interview brothers, where to find a wife, where to go to do obviously naughty stuff, how to navigate out here in Japan. I'm getting the whole intel for you. It takes resources, man. Right. So if you can support, that'd be greatly appreciated. Right. Go on, Debswood.
So, IP so far, why has it been interesting, Nihon?
Or I'm not going to tell you yet, brothers. You have to wait, brother.
Ah,
You have to wait, man. You have to wait. You have to wait. But let's speak on. Now, I'm going to do a separate stream maybe next week in regards to Pookie in Japan. Have you seen that video, Pooh?
Yeah, I was very irritated to see it. It almost messed me. It almost ruined my day. That's something you're going to see often. Uh, Western black folks sometimes, we think we have the same privileges as the other race, and we get it twisted. You're supposed to be, a lot more responsible than that. We only they'll group us with each other. It's not, we're not really individuals. It's just how it is. So for him to act out like that, he probably would have caught a fade from me if I was there. I don't play that game. Don't embarrass me. Don't make it hard on me. Don't make it hard on the next brother either.
yeah.
Facts, man. Facts. The Japanese people have been very kind to me, and when I see a brother doing that, talking that reckless talk about it, and obviously an evil that happened to them many years ago, it's not a good look, man. So I'm gonna do a full stream next week on that. But yeah, that was embarrassing. Very embarrassing for our image.
That was
It ain't a good look, man.
disgusting. There was over 200 people passed away in that. A lot of suffering, and they haven't been the same since. He was extremely out of pocket. I was pretty pissed off, man.
Yeah, this is just an indication that, like, I saw the video IP and Brother Pooh, and like, how are these Pookies getting passports? Like, why can't they just stay in the West? Legit, why can't they just stay in the West? Why they like?
Going out east is good content. It's good for content. People are interested. Men are interested. Everyone's interested in what's going out east. There's still a mystique. So he's going to be out there, and I'm not sure. I mean, is he from America? He had a. I mean, I couldn't tell through his accent.
He's Somali in America.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what was up with that, but yeah, I mean, he definitely needs to be checked. It was crazy that Korean dude of all people walked up to him because Korean the history between Koreans and Japanese is not good. It's not sweet at all. So that was weird to me too. I was like, wow, of all people, look who comes to check him.
No, it's good, but it's good because like you're chatting all this nonsense. Like what? Like have some like I'm sorry, but whenever I travel, I carry a sense of duty and responsibility because I'm representing all black men. So that's why I'm on my best behavior.
Yeah, that's what the skin is. That's what carrying the skin is. you don't get to walk around as an individual. You are representing every last one of us, whether you like to or not.
Let me ask this, Poos. You said that they're still recovering from that. Obviously, you were in the military, right?
Right.
Um, you know, I'm not seeing the effects of it, but I'm not Japanese, right? Obviously, so I don't want to be ignorant on that particular matter. But do you mind breaking down how it still affects them? Is that a mentality thing, or
Yeah, I believe it's this mentality. Remember, back then, they saw themselves as an elite race. It's
Mm.
why they didn't get along with the Germans. You know, they had an agreement, but it just was going to fall apart. They wanted to dominate Asia like the West dominates. You know, like the Western powers dominate the West, and in the same manner. To be honest, so they colonized. They pillaged. They did terrible things. You know, once that bomb dropped, it changed everything. They wanted to change the world's view of them. You know, they brought they brought in Astro Boy, and is the birth of anime. They jumped into the New York Stock Exchange. They the United States didn't divide them up into pieces among the powers. They kept Japan intact, and in exchange for that, Japan got to be a part of a part of the Western world. They a lot of business comes out of Japan. A lot
mm,
of Americans did business with them. I believe I can't remember if it was like the steel industry or something like that. But yeah, I
mm.
mean, Japan it was a part of the modern world. So that image, that's what Japan wants to keep. They don't even speak on what happened before. Korea tries to constantly keep it going, especially when it's time to vote for somebody. Korea kind of uses that as a political tool. And Japan's like, we're not into it. We're not trying to talk about that. That was a long time ago. It's a different type of thinking. It's a different type of Japanese person
Mm.
that was had the nationalist attitude. That's why Korea has a lot of Koreans have a nationalist attitude. They got that from Japan.
Ah,
But brother Pooh, you because of historical reasons, does Korea still hate Japan? Don't know actually. Does other Asian countries still dislike Japan?
Yeah, maybe the older generations still carry a lot of animosity, and then you can still find signs that were made not too long ago, and it says no on it. It says no, but is that Japanese red circle where it says no, where the O is supposed to be. They're saying no to Japan, and it's all politically fueled. It's almost like how it's propaganda. How the West is with how they treat Russia, and they say, hey, you got to go against these guys. Anytime it's time to vote, anytime it's time to make a big move, they're gonna bring up what happened years ago between Korea and Japan. And Japan has moved on because Japan had their own suffering. Whether you agree with what happened with the bombing or not, um, it was still a crazy act. We haven't done it to anyone else, and there's a reason for that.
I think the bombing really humbled Japan. Was really humbled them because they looked towards the emperor, and when the bombings happened, the emperor was silent because they
He be,
all viewed the emperor as a god.
he became a puppet after
Hmm.
that. Yep.
ah, yeah, and it kind of makes sense why they're so rich right now. Obviously, like the Western powers brought them into the global economy, and we know capitalism, the economy is a white people's creation, keeping it real, and that's why Africa is poor right now. Their whole money system, interest rates, dollars, pounds, this is all white people's creation. So, and it also makes sense why South Korea is also rich, right? So, are you guys seeing a trend here? The rich countries are rich because Western powers have allowed it to happen because they control and have made the economy or control the economy, which I'm pretty angry about. 'Cause obviously, I do want to see the Caribbean, Africa, Black Americans, flexing their muscle worldwide. We have the resources. There should be an international Black connection, some sort of Black union. And hopefully we'll see it in our lifetime one day, man. Because I'm tired of brothers being at the bottom. I'm tired of seeing, Arabs, whites, Chinese, Indians flexing their muscles financially. We got to get in that space as well, on that table. But I have hope one day, man. One day. Shout out to Mr. Corner for a Healthy Diet for the $999 super chat. Appreciate you, brother, for the support. Thank you very much. Shout out to Mr. Bed Mike for the $10 super chat. The guy kept saying he was half black and half Japanese. It doesn't matter. All they see is black. Shameful. Yeah, very shameful indeed, man, and very embarrassing for our image. Horrible video, and it's got like 50 million views on Twitter. It ain't good, man. It ain't good. It ain't a good look.
And
Thank you. Go on, bro.
oh, sorry, you're gonna say something. Sorry.
No, you go.
Yeah, and they're gonna see him as a passport bro, which he's not. He's a passport pookie, a passport foe. That's what he is.
That's another thing. Here we go with this imaging thing again. Unfortunately, they're going to highlight the idiots who don't even claim to be a part of that community of passport bros. They'll highlight them while ignoring us, who are being respectful, who are being. Every time we get on this channel, it's about educating you, making you better. We talk about IT. They're never going to show that. It's never going to happen, unfortunately. IP is never going to be held above these guys, because they need to show us in this light to keep the narrative going.
Facts, bro. Facts. All right, so I think it's been a fantastic stream so far. I've got 90 people. I've got some good engagement here. Should we carry on longer, brothers, or should I wrap up?
I actually had some questions.
But not about Japan, bro. I want to save that for.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm having too much fun here, and I want to just break it down bit by bit. What's going on, Jay? Do you want to turn your camera on in the background so I know you're not a troll and you are a brother? Let me see. Hold the camera straight, bro. Just want to see if you're a brother. Yes, you are, brother. Thank you, brother. You confirmed, bro. Awesome. Let me bring in Mr. J, and let me know in the chat. Press a 5 in the chat if you want me to carry on the stream. But can we get some more support flowing, man? Hit the PayPal, hit the super chats, because obviously time is money. So please support. I do a lot for this channel, a lot of hours I put into this channel. So please support. Let me bring in Mr. J. What's going on, Jay? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. How you doing, IP? I just want you to know, man, I appreciate everything that you're doing. And so I remember the thing that really inspired me was the Croatia stream. And so I started researching everything about that. And so I booked my trip for next February for my 25th birthday, starting saving money, getting my fitness right. And also in terms of the IT certs right now, I am studying for my CCNA, which is network engineering. And eventually from that, I'm going to transfer to AWS SSA. So do you think that that's a good path to take?
I think there's is your end goal AWS?
Yeah, my end goal is cloud, but I heard that I should start with a CCNA. I already bought my course and stuff like that. So just studying from that.
I would say, brother, book a consultation with me, bro. Because I say it's better if you have a personal phone call.
Okay.
It'll probably take an hour long, so we can set a roadmap for you, bro. I think there's better ways for it, especially if that's your end goal. I would say go on my calendar, brother, or one of my Patreon IT tiers. But I say the easiest for you, brother, is to go on my calendar and see my schedule. I am in Japan, so please bear that in mind about my time zone. But I'll work around your time, bro. So go on my calendar, brother, get a consultation there, and then we'll speak about what's best for your career, brother.
But yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's just great. I feel like this is getting men back on their purpose, back on the grind and just traveling. And I'm noticing that there's a lot of hate towards the passport bros. Like, for example, my mom had my passport. I'm 24 years old, and it was just kept there because there's 2 of them that were expired today. And so on the phone, she's like, "Yo, I'm gonna bring you your shit, but overseas is
Language, bro.
dangerous." You said what?
Please avoid swearing, brother.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. So she said, overseas is dangerous. They'll drug you, they'll kidnap you, they'll take advantage of you for the green card. But I'm just like, first of all, have you even ever been out of the country? And then she couldn't say anything after that because I feel like a lot of them, they don't want to see us succeed. You know what I'm saying? What are you guys' thoughts on that? Have you guys ever had pushback from family
Typical. Oh
or
yeah,
Yep,
friends?
yep.
typical.
They
Typical.
don't want black men to have options. They
They
don't
don't.
want, yeah, they don't want you to have options
Or even be
because
happy. You
yeah,
know,
even,
we don't
yeah,
want.
you're right. They
Go on, bro.
don't want black men to be happy, so that's why they say, oh, they'll kidnap you overseas, they'll scam you, all these excuses.
Yeah, that's I mean, the I swear that the audacity of people, but unfortunately, it's just how it is. They're yeah, they don't want to see you happy. That's I think that's the number one goal is just to keep you uh nailed down to the floor. And for you not to explore is they're going to use fear. They'll use other tactics after that. So
Exactly right. And I actually download the international tender feature and I transfer it to like Croatia, Zagreb. I checked out Copenhagen and I immediately noticed like they're dimes. And then I have a receipt. I don't know how I could show that on this stream, but this girl was like literally a global 20, everything I wanted, blonde, blue eyes, foreign, everything I could have wanted. And she said, height doesn't matter. Don't make it your personality. So over here in the States, because right now I'm currently in Tennessee, a chick like that would easily say, like IP says, you know what I'm saying, 6'8". And the standards here are just not possible for men to reach at all. And then it's bad when even Chad is checking out of the dating scene in the West. And they're the ones who qualify. You know what I'm saying? So I think, if he, which is basically on the apex fallacy of men, you know what I'm saying, he checks out, then I think that's a signal for all of us to definitely check out. But you're doing
Facts.
great work, IP man. I mean, just keep it up, and I love the way that you move. You're not too loud, and all the explicit streams about the results are on like private streaming platforms. You do private Zoom calls, and that's the exact thing that I was thinking about. If I were to start my own platform, it would be on a private platform to where you have to have certain codes from the administrator. So I think that's definitely the best way to go. How do you like Tokyo so far, man?
Amazing, bro. I've a lot of intel coming for you, brothers, in the coming days or weeks. I'm probably going to speak on Japan and drop intel on Japan videos until the end of June or middle of July. I've got so much videos so far, interviews, um, walking tours, nightlife. I'm getting the whole thing for you, brothers, man. So yeah, I'm liking it so far, bro. Let me read a super chat. Shout out to Mr. Bed Mike for the $10 super chat. Bed Mike, third time tonight your support, brother. I'm watching. Thank you both for the support. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. And just to follow up on Jay's point there, right? Even though Chad's checking out of the dating scene and getting his passport, a lot of it's temporary, right? To become a permanent passport, bro, you gotta get into IT. Okay, because IT is a very flexible career path where you can work in any country and your skills apply there, right? That's why I'm pushing IT towards you brothers. Some brothers will go on a trip and 3 days, 4 days, cool, you did your thing. Then the next time you can travel because you work a job, right? You're a dentist or something like that, and you have PTO, and your PTO is available in the next 5 months. So imagine waiting 5 months just to go on another trip. When if you work
Yeah,
in
a lot
IT,
can a a lot can
when
take
when you
take. Sorry, go ahead.
when you work in IT, right, you can simply get a job in that country or remote work in that country while getting paid in US dollars. There's a reason why I'm pushing IT towards you, brothers. And if you're not on this IT game, I feel sorry for you, man. I really do. Because there'll be a time where I'm going to just step back, right, and do my own thing. So while I'm free, while I have time to actually mentor brothers, reach out to me, put that consultations, go into my calendar, join the Patreon IT tiers, the diamond tier, right, and work off that. Go on, Jay.
Exactly, and as I was saying, so what I encourage you brothers out there is you guys might have a list of 5 to 10 countries. What I encourage you to do is you need to narrow it down to one country, because if you're all over the place, you're going to have to research the immigration requirements in some states. I mean, in some countries, you can't stay there but for a certain amount of time. Like, for example, in Croatia, where I'm going, if you are not an EU national, and that's anything outside of the Sneaking area, which is like Switzerland, it goes all the way to there. So they don't really have to apply for a residence permit. And then from there, if I want to live there, I'm going to have to basically get permission from the government and hire a lawyer. So there's a lot of extensive research that needs to be done. Make sure that you research the laws, the culture, know the language. Obviously, going there for the chicks is definitely a good motivator, but it's definitely more than that. And just do your research. Start learning the language. Do the IT. Get your global skill sets done. And IT's recession proof. If another coronavirus happens, you'll still be employed. So just do that. Listen to IT. He's a great guy. Show support. And, if he's doing it, he's in a network with Theo. Theo's a great guy. If Theo can start from literally being on the grass to making over $500,000 a year or more, I mean, we all can do it. So that's just my standpoint. So make sure that you guys are starting out. Even if you can't afford to go on the trip, I don't care if it's a year out. I don't care if it's 6 months out. Start learning the language now. Study your IT. Book your consultation. And just go from there. The sky's yours.
Speaking facts there, bro. Absolute facts, man. Yeah. And shout out to Theo, man. Doing great work for the brothers, man. We appreciate Theo for what he does. If you're listening right now, Theo, you're a legend, brother. Thank you, bro. We appreciate you, brother, for what you do. Yeah. Jay, looks like you're on the right path, bro. Looking forward to speaking to you privately. Yeah, super happy with this movement. Very, very happy as to it's not big, it's not a lot, but I'm doing what I can. And I'm just happy that, it's the right brothers, the right black men in this space. Because I want to see us dominate one day. I know I keep saying this, but I just want to see, black men, specifically black men on top, right? Because we're not on top right now. You look at the news when it comes to geopolitics, who holds the power. It's white people, Arab people, Chinese people, Indian people. Our time needs to come. And the only way that will happen is if we work collectively. That's why I want the best, smart, and brightest black men in this Passport Bros movement, right? We are the only hope right now.
Yes, agreed. And I got to share this to the brothers out there. I know there's hundreds of people in the stream that are listening, but I repeat, whatever you do, when you go overseas, do not post your results, your conquests, the chicks you meet on your Instagram, your Snapchat. Do not do that, because those same feminists on
Thank you,
TikTok,
bro.
you said what?
I said thank you for saying that, bro.
Yeah, because those same feminists on TikTok are going to see what you post, and those people who follow you could very well be feminists. So they're going to know, what I'm saying, where they need to spread the feminism. And then if y'all keep doing that, feminism is going to be a global thing. So there won't be any more passport bros. There won't be a solution. So everywhere you go, you're going to have to be 6'10", make 30.5 million a year, 10.5 million followers on Instagram. Obviously, that's an exaggeration, but you guys get the gist that the requirements to be, desired by women and in this Western society are unreasonable. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to post any, wins, dubs, whatever you want to call it, make sure it's done in this form. Share it with your brothers. You know what I'm saying? Make sure it's private. We need to have a network that is access only to us, because if we start sharing it in the public, going on TikTok, going on rants, telling brothers where to go, and on Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, they're going to send their soldiers and they're going to ruin it. Because what I started noticing, and I read the news, I saw two things. One is that passports all of a sudden are taking longer to issue out. And secondly, I saw an Apple News article and it said going overseas is dangerous. So, you know what I'm saying? So y'all need to move in silence. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I got to say.
Do you know what, right? On that note, let me speak a bit on the foreign women in Japan. Lonely. Ain't nobody checking for foreign women in Japan. They're just for one night stands only. I'll keep it real with you. Theo was right. All right. So what does that mean? It means that these women that want to ruin things abroad in different countries, they have a different thing coming, because these other countries actually have culture, family culture, nuclear family culture. It's not all about, sleeping around, and being, living a hot girl summer lifestyle. A lot of countries don't operate like that. So these women, they think they're going to ruin every single country, right, with their feminist garbage. They got another thing coming, because more men are becoming more aware, right? More men are becoming more masculine, right? And then, we won't allow this feminism poison to ruin the whole world. Hell no, it ain't happening. We will push back. We have to fight back. And if it means we go to war, we go to war.
Yeah, no, you're right, IP. I was watching one interview when I was working. Was with foreign women in Japan. So these were mainly Western women from the Anglosphere, so UK, US, Australia, New Zealand, Canada. So one UK Becky, she was being interviewed by a Japanese man, and one of her responses was, they're very traditional, they're very modest dressed, and they're very feminine. It's very different in Japan how it is in the UK. I was just watching. I'm like, go back to the UK, bro. You can't do all your feminist nonsense here. It's not tolerated here. You can't do all your feminist nonsense here. Your liberal BS here. And she couldn't say it, but that's what I was getting from her. Like, no
Yeah.
one is checking for Western women in Japan. No one's checking for them. Theo was right. You were right, IP. They're all lonely. Japanese men don't even want them. We don't even want them when we go to Japan. I don't know why they go. I don't know why they visit Japan anyway. I mean, visit Japan. Do what you want, but you're not gonna get a man. All the Japanese women are gonna be taking all the men, even a half food, even a half black, half Japanese, half Russian, half Brazilian Japanese women. They're gonna be taking all the men. They have no chance in Japan.
They don't. Not at all.
Sorry, bro. Let me also just speak on this issue, and let me bring in Andrew Ski after in a bit. Being here in Japan, right? Everyone put yourself on mute, please. I'm hearing some background noise. I appreciate. This might sound a bit controversial, right? But I feel like too much freedoms is not a good thing. Too much freedom in the West has allowed something like feminism and the whole culture wars to happen. right? Because it's just too much freedoms. In Japan, there isn't too much freedoms, and guess what? It's a very safe country. It operates very, very well. So, you know, when you allow people to do what they want, right, and there's no consequences for it, it's be individuals, forget about the family, forget about your community. Society crumbles, and we're seeing society crumble in the West. Japan is the complete opposite. There's a saying called the nail that stands out gets hammered in. So it means everyone must abide by the same rules and custom. It's all about community and collective effort. I see it every day in Japan over here, and I'm amazed. There's a strong community. It's Japanese first and Japanese customs only. In the West, in the UK, in America, it's all about how they feel. Or I'm this person, or I'm that person. Because there's too much freedoms. And being in Japan and seeing that, I think too much freedoms is a bad thing. Press a one in the chat if you agree. Press a two in the chat if you disagree. And let my panel members, if you want to speak on that, if you agree or disagree, push back if you disagree. Go on, Pooh.
Individualism is, I think it ruined the West. I mean, we're really built on it. Everyone wants to express themselves. Their the freedom of religion, and then it went on from there. You can express yourself safely, but really it's your business. But now it has to be everybody else's business. And
Yes.
now, with the exception of us, whatever we do, everyone gets to chime in on. If you're a black man, everyone gets to chime in on it and tell you who you can sleep with, who you can date, who you can marry, where you can go. But yeah, it is about it is it's individualism. We're too free to say what we want, do what we want. We can't. There's no shaming. There's no holding each other accountable, except when it comes to us. It's just how it is now. I love the sense of community, the togetherness of Asia. Yeah, and that saying about the nail that stands out, I believe is like that in Korea also. They don't play those games. We're riding together. I like that idea. That's why I got my kids into that culture.
Yeah, and I congratulate you for doing that, Pooh. I don't want to raise my kids in the UK. I feel like
Same.
or in America. I think that's you're playing a very dangerous game there. It's got to be in a country where community matters, respect matters. The amount of respect that you get from the older Japanese people, the younger Japanese people, is something you don't see in the UK anymore. The kids here are rude. They talk back at you. They have no respect for their elders. Nah, man. Nah,
I,
not me.
let me continue on what Brother Pooh said. Like, you're right. Yeah, individualism has destroyed the West. When I talk about the West, I'm talking about the Anglosphere brothers, the UK, the US, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. It's destroyed everything. And Western liberalism is the root cause. When you they don't like traditionalism, they don't like order, they don't like you know self accountability. What do we see on mainstream? We see degeneracy 24/7. Like, especially look what's happening to the younger kids. Look when they go to university. University, well, I call university indoctrination camps.
Yep. Facts.
It's
That's
it's like the final form. It's like Super Saiyan 4 or Ultra Instinct. They come out of university and their minds are just warped. They believe every single thing that their liberal professors teaches them. And I'm like, you don't know how to argue for yourself. They've been conditioned to speak a language that has been taught to them.
Facts. Absolute facts. You know, obviously I'm an older man now, and I'm going to bring in new callers in a minute. I feel like I personally don't want to send my future children to university to live on campus. I feel like that's where things go wrong, especially 18, 19. To me, they still need parental guidance, and you send them out there to the world like that. Particularly with all the university agendas, friends, culture, it can go really wrong. So now that I'm old, I'm just you want to map your life, brothers. 5-year, 10-year plan, how you want to raise your children. What you say to your future wife. Okay, listen, this is how we're going to raise our kids. We're going to homeschool them, etc., etc. Got to start having those important conversations, man, because it's not a game out here. It really isn't. I ain't playing no games. Let me bring in Mr. Andrewski. I'm going to bring in Big Hawk Yonkers after, and Josh is put your camera on in the background. Is that the same brother Jay, or is that a new caller? All right. Thank you for jumping off, Josh. But no, if you're a troll, don't come up here. Let me bring in Andrewski Corden. What's going on, Andrewski? You're on mute, brother.
Doing good, man. Doing good. I just got off of work, and I wanted to chime in on what you said about raising kids in the States. I've even just thought to myself, like, seeing the way the culture is. First things first, about the like you were saying about Japanese men not checking for Western women. First of all, Western women have an entire system that tells them not to be traditional. We have the rap culture. We have the way they dress and everything. You can see it in everything. And then we have the whole judicial system around them that tells them, oh, you get married to somebody, you can take half of his assets. No right man in the United States is going to marry a Western woman and think to themselves, okay, I worked myself from age 25 to 30 and 35, and now I'm wifing up a woman that is 29. She claims to be a virgin, but she's being, oh, I'm on the God side. It's crazy because they have a lot of them now that are literally just like, oh, if you watch Fresh and Fit gives every reason why as to leave the woman alone, right? So once you see women on there and they're acting a fool, they're talking over the host, they talk over Kevin Samuels, and you really think that you're gonna go over to Japan and find a husband? After he sees that and he sees you, of course he's not gonna want to deal with you. I mean, the media literally tells these men, don't touch these women. It's come to the point now where I don't even look at them no more. I just don't even want to acknowledge them myself.
Yeah.
Careful with that red pill, my man. Too much of that can be toxic. Just be a little yeah, take that in small doses, okay? Just be a little careful with that.
Yeah, it's just I just don't check for him because I already know for a fact what's coming with that. It's besides the whole how I feel, oh, she looks good, but once you see the way how her hands are moving and her attitude, you don't want to deal with that, man. That's the reason why men go overseas and deal with women. I have yet to have one Korean woman scream at me over the phone. One. Not one. They've never done that. And I know this is about Japan. I apologize to bring Korean women into this, but this is the reason why we're all here. IP is here. He said he don't want to bring no kids. I mean, I see the way how kids grow up here in Baltimore. I want my kids to not be in an environment like this in America. In America, they're more likely to become I can't even say the word. Statistic?
Statistic.
Yeah, they're more likely to become that in America because you have gun violence. You have, you have the 304s. You have so many things that tell your kids, hey, you have now the homo stuff now that's being put in the schools.
No.
So I apologize.
Let's not speak on them. Nah, bro.
My apologies.
It's all good, bro. All right, thank you, Andrew, Steve. Thank you, brother. Let
No
me
problem.
bring in Mr. Big Yonkers. Camera
So,
on, brother. Give me a thumbs up.
sorry, IP. Can I before the brother that new brother talks? Can I expand on your monologue on raising children, not raising children in the West, please?
Please do.
Yeah, IP, you're absolutely right. You know me, I will never raise my children in the West. That's my plan for the future. Um, my goal, raise my children in Japan, you know, because I want my children to have that sense of, you know, duty, responsibility, you know, what I want to ingrain into, I want to install into them. What is your purpose? What is your mission? What is your mission in life? I want them to have that sense of responsibility. Yes, I want to become somebody, but I want to have it. I want to build a family. That's what I want to install into my children. But you can't do that in the West because the West does not promote traditional values in mainstream. It only promotes degeneracy 24/7. And that's why I feel sorry for the next generation of youth, because they've been conditioned to think like this, to behave like this. So
Yeah.
you have no chance to raise children in the West because, you know, they're going to look at what's popular in mainstream, what's in popular culture, and it's all degeneracy. They have no chance. I was speaking to um, one adolescent chick. She's 18, and she was asking me, you know, how do I be traditional in a country that doesn't promote traditionalism? 18, you know, and I'm like, I was just telling myself, she has no chance.
Damn. There you go, man. There you go. But when you come to Japan, it's gonna be an eye opener. You start questioning things, you know, and I start now I believe people when they say, okay, I find myself in Japan, you know, I found my true self. I started to think things differently from a long-term perspective, from a short-term perspective, and it's awesome. Big Hawk Yonkers, man, straight out there from New York. Yonkers, what's going on, bro?
What's the deal, man? Last time we spoke, man, I was in yo with that. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, bro, man? I love the New York accent, man. So you're always welcome here, brother.
Well, the last time I spoke to you, remember when I was in uniform? Now I'm home. I'm relaxing right now. I actually went down to a spot that we used to hang out. It's in the village down in Manhattan. It's called St. Mark's Place. Now, St. Mark's Place is connected to NYU College. And in NYU College right now, all of the young black men either had Japanese women on their arms, Korean women on their arms, East Indian women on their arms, Mexican women on their arms. That's who's snatching the brothers up right now. And it's a spot, they call it Little Japan. It's like an international spot where all the Japanese go, and they mostly have all brothers on their arm. And they're young, 20, 19, 21, 18 years old.
What?
Yeah,
brother.
And it got to the point where the young black brothers, the smart ones, not the Pookies and Ray Rays, these are the smart ones that's either going to college for a degree or they taking up a blue collar job, a trade job. They will not mess with black women here no more. They already said it. They will not do it. If they're not from overseas, they will not do it. They're wise enough because with their older brothers or their cousins, even I met a black brother. His son dates only Spanish and Asian women because he put them on to. He said, "Listen, don't mess with these women. Don't do it." And then he said, "Why, Dad?" He said, "I'm gonna give you a week. to find out what I'm. Try to go talk to these sisters. He came back in a week. He said, "Dad, I wanted to do with them. They're very narcissistic. Their attitude problem. They ghetto, and all they want is money." Right now, he's dealing with a Puerto Rican chick from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Wow.
So in New York City, the young black kids are waking up. They saying we ain't dealing with them no more. Why am I going to go to school to get me a degree? Or why am I going to go to school to get me a trade, electronic, electrician trade? And I'm gonna deal with these women. I can go over to another country or deal with international women in this the spot I was telling you about. These women come from all over, but they mostly from Japan, and they got brothers on their arm, young, straight up.
So, brother,
like New York City's not playing. Yeah, it's like they're not playing there.
So, brother, you're telling me that in New York City right now, there's some sort of phenomenon where Japanese women that come from Japan, straight from Japan, the motherland, Japanese motherland, they come to New York to study, and they're snatching up the high value black men. That's crazy to me, brother.
They've been doing this for years. This ain't nothing new. This is not new. They've been doing this. When I first started noticing the Japanese women with brothers, this had to be like 1994, 1993. When they started coming over to, English school here, they started going to NYU. Some of them go to John Jay College, and they got brothers. They just, and like I said, the darker the man is, the more the Japanese women go crazy.
What?
It's getting serious. Yeah.
Yo, this is crazy. Yo.
Yeah, New York. Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
And the sisters are mad right now. The sisters, they started noticing it. Oh, yeah, these Chinese women now. They knew it was coming because y'all don't. Who wants to deal with an idiot like this? Like, who wants to deal with this? I'm not dealing with no street kid, no street female. I'm not doing that. Who wants to deal with that?
You see it in their face, the energy that they give.
Right, brother. Who wants to deal with? I have to, meet you in the street, and then when I get to your house, there's like 9 different kids coming out of nowhere. You got 9 different babies' fathers, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't even have a kid, and you expect me to deal with you? And no, nah, I'm not. I did it before. I got caught out there. Never again. Never again. Never. I will know. Nope. If you're not, I'm talking to a female right now, Venezuela. Yep. God. And I'm making plans. Yep, Venezuela. Yes, I am.
She in New York right now?
No, she's not in New York right now. I'm going out. I don't even want to come here. I don't even want her to come. I don't want her to deal with this place. And it's not the guy, it's the women. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna give you a story. I have a friend. His friend is from Morocco, right? And he's married to a female Morocco. He came here first. And then he brought his wife in. Now, Morocco, when you Muslim, it's very strict. You got the hijab, she's covered up and everything. He brought her here. She got with the black American women. She took off her hijab, put on tight pants, put on tight clothes, started smoking weed, drinking. You're not in Morocco no more. You don't have to deal with that black mother effer. So he comes in the house, and they're in his house smoking weed, drinking. He's like, what are you doing? Like, what are y'all doing in my house? What are you? He got so pissed off, he sent it back to Morocco. She begged. He said, "No, you got to go back home. I can't keep it."
Let me ask this, brother. So the Venezuelan chick you're speaking with, how did you meet her? Is that through Tinder?
I actually met her online. Tinder? My friend met his Dominican female online. So he said, "Yo, take this number and see what happens." So I did, and bam, right there.
Which website or app did you use?
Oh my God, Dominican Cupid.
Amazing, brother.
He met his women. Yeah, they've been hit. My friend and his woman. They've been together so far. Let me see, 4 years. And the crazy thing about it, she didn't know how to speak English. You know how she learned how to speak English? She liked my friend so much, she went on YouTube and took the classes free.
Hold that thought, brother. And brothers, let's get the support flowing in, man. Hit the super chats, hit the PayPal. Come on, we another classic intel for you, brothers, man. You got to support the movement, support the channel, and like the video too. Please support. So I got a question for you, brother. Right. So there's a phenomenon, sorry, happening in New York, right, where Japanese women are snatching up the black men there. Fantastic, right? So are these good-looking dime Japanese women, bro?
They're beautiful, man. No, real, no, I'm not even joking. They're beautiful. They really are. And you looking at them, you're like, damn, man. I'm wasting my time with these women from here, and I could have got this. What the? They beautiful, and they got bodies on them. They beautiful, and they love the black whole. They love the black culture. Oh my goodness, they really love the black cultures. They really do. I have to see if the spot is still there, but I know it's called Little Japan, and it's in the village. Yeah, and I have to see if they have the spot still there, because that's where everybody used to hang at. Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
that thought, brother. So, Mr. Melanin in Abundance, man, the link is pinned in the chat, but I'll post the link here in the comment. If you can call in, brother, to speak about, your experience with Japanese women, brother. So, Melanin in Abundance, call in, brother. Want to hear your thoughts about Japanese women. This is awesome so far, bro. Someone in the chat mentioned about Indian women again. Nah, bro, we ain't checking for them. They ain't checking for us, so they are a huge no go on this channel. It's going to be that way for the foreseeable future. I don't know what's happening there in Toronto, but uh, it's not my scene or our vibe at the moment. This is awesome, bro. Thank you very much. You got a question at all? Andrew Ski or Demswood to our guests, Big Hawk Yonkers, and keep it on topic, please. Keep it on topic.
Oh no, I really just wanted to chime in on what he was saying about like who really wants to deal with that attitude, man. I mean, like I said, every guy deserves peace. Nobody wants to deal. They say like, oh, you can't handle a strong woman, bro. Nobody wants to handle you. That's that shame. Like, oh, if you can't handle her, then you ain't some type of man, bro. If I need to handle a woman, I'm handling a guy. I'm handling another person in the streets.
You
That's
shouldn't
just
even
one
be
chiming
handling.
up.
You shouldn't even be handling. This is what I'm saying, man. Like in the West, right? We've been conditioned to accept nonsense. You should not be handling your woman. There shouldn't be any statement, "Oh, you can't handle a strong woman." Why has it got to be that way? Why do we have to handle a strong woman? That's not how relationships work, and that only happens in the black community. Do you ever hear, in the
Right.
white community or Asian community, or you can't handle a strong Asian community, or you can't handle, a strong white woman? Come on, man, brothers, we as black men have got to stop taking the BS in our community. We have to
Can I
stop it.
say something, man?
Hold on,
This is
bro.
how I see it. I think a lot of simps destroyed it for all of us. You understand? A lot of simps destroyed it for guys like us, because now these black females think we all should just supposed to bow down to them. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. I'm not. I'd rather go and get. There's too many women out there in the world for me to be trying to bow down to one female. Oh no, I'm not doing it. Sorry.
Hey, we got Tony Berry in the building. Been a minute, Tony. Hold on, Tony. Keep it right there, brother. Been a minute, Tony 64 in the building. Let me bring in Mr. Traveling Tony 90, and I'm gonna bring in the legendary Mr. Tokyo 64. Been a minute, brother. Good to see you well, bro. Hold on, bro. What's going on, Traveling Tony?
What's up? How you guys doing?
Fantastic, brother. How you keeping, bro?
Good, good. Where you guys located right now?
So I'm in Japan right now. We got brothers in New York, another brother in Baltimore, I believe, and a brother in England at the moment.
Okay, I lived everywhere except England. What part of Japan you in?
So I'm in Tokyo.
Tokyo. Okay, okay. So you see in Tokyo, like the Nigerians, they allocate us all with the Nigerians,
Oh
right? Have you
yeah,
noticed that?
yeah, big problem. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, you noticed that. It's a lot of racism in Japan, even for the kids. Because I spent 4 years there. I was in the military. Even with the kids, the mixed black kids are called monkey and picked on in Japan. So it's
What?
not really, yeah, they're picked on because of curly hair, because you got to think everybody else is Japanese with straight long hair. So the black kids are made fun of. White people get the better treatment in Japan. As a black man, the best place for you as a black man is Africa. It's just logical, right? Like that's why I'm in Tanzania right now. You know, this Africa is the best place for Black people because they accept us automatically.
Whoa.
Automatically.
So let me ask you this, Chad and Tony. Did you get play from Japanese women when you were in
Yeah,
Japan?
yeah. It's easy to get. See, when you got a Japanese girl to your house, it's automatic cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Like they are submissive, but they're very playful. They're like little children, and I don't like that. You know, like Japanese girls are very kitty, and it's not attractive to me.
Okay. So rate your experience from 1 to 10 in Japan, brother. Give me a number and tell me the good things and bad things, brother, about your
Okay.
experience.
Aside from women, Japan is very peaceful. Like I never locked my car door, I never locked my house door. Um, there was no crimes. If anything, the fighting came from Americans. You know, the military dudes fighting and getting drunk, shit like that. But I would say Japan was overall good. It's just their birth rate is declining because Japanese women are independent and working just as much as the Japanese guys. So they're not procreating as much. And I'm pretty sure you guys heard about that.
Yeah. Okay. Any more tips? Is that because of feminism, brother, or just the work culture is just a lot?
The work culture. If you're putting so many women in the workforce, for example, here in Tanzania, not that many women are in the workforce like in Japan. They're in the workforce in Japan. So the women don't have time to be stay-at-home wives anymore. They're out there grinding just like the men.
Okay. Hey, this is some good intel. Chad and Tommy, let's touch base on IG, bro. I'd love to bring you on the channel. I'll obviously speak to you on a personal basis about your time in Tanzania. I do want to get more
Oh yeah.
African viewpoints on here. We want to make it a global connection. So here's my IG, bro. If you can send me a DM, brother, and then
Yeah, I'm
we'll
gonna do one. Definitely. Definitely,
thank
definitely.
thank you,
You
bro, for
got
sharing your perspective.
no problem. I just want to get on here and shed some light about Japan, Asia, even South America. South America, Dominican Republic, all those slave land places suck. I lived there. You know, they have a problem with dark skin from slavery.
Mm,
So you can never be accepted in a traditional family in those other places. Here, I have a traditional wife. You know, I'm in a traditional family. In South America, look, for example, Brazil, right? In Brazil, Black people dye the hairs on their arms and legs blonde to appear more European. You know what I'm
mm.
saying? Everything's about looking more European. South America's fucked. Even South
Language,
Africa.
language, bro. Please avoid
Oh,
swearing, brother.
sorry,
Please.
my bad. I'm sorry. I'm military, but yeah, South America is not good. South Africa, same as America. South Africa has Jim Crow laws, segregation, racism, no police presence, taxing mafias, all types of corrupt things in South Africa. Africa is not perfect, but East Africa is very peaceful. East Africa, they will accept. I moved around and I found where's the best place for a dark man. You know, because I
Mm.
stand out like a sore thumb. I lived around, you know. So, but yeah, I'll touch base with you, man. So want to check
Well,
out, huh?
well, one more question, brother. So you've been a dark skinned black man.
Right.
How was your treatment in Japan as a dark skin? I think there's, in my opinion, right, and I'm going to touch upon it later on. There's a difference between how they treat light skinned black people and dark skinned black people. From what I'm seeing so
100%.
far, you
100%.
as a dark skinned black man, how were you treated in a positive light and in a negative light, brother? Do you mind breaking it down?
There was no positive. People were just afraid of me. Like when you go ask for help, I'm walking up to a Japanese lady. Oh, I'm lost. She's like stepping back all crazy. You know what I'm saying? But in Korea, the same thing. I see. I'm a nomad, so I explore. So in Korea, I took the train and stuff. I would go up to a Korean lady, old short Korean lady, ask for help. She didn't even speak English, but she would do her best to help me. They're just more accepting than in Japan. Japan for me wasn't. It was okay. I mean, and then when you go to places, a lot of a lot of bars and stuff. You know, when you walk in, you get you know what I mean, at the doors right away. No hygiene.
Where
So
were you in Japan? Were you in Tokyo or somewhere
no,
else?
I was in Aomori Prefecture. I was in Misawa, but I used to take the bullet train and I used to drive to Tokyo. I used to go to
Oh,
Sendai, Osaka, things like I tried Shinjuku, Shibuya, all that stuff. I tried it all. Tried approaching even women at the mall. They just associate. with the Nigerians. I found that out, and I mean,
That's
you can
weird.
get love in Japan. It's just harder as a black guy. If you're white, it's
Whoa.
easy.
I'm not experiencing that. If I'm being honest with you,
Exactly.
I am not experiencing that. No, I'm getting a lot of love here. I'll be honest with you. I'm getting too much love to the point where I'm a bit, well, what's going on here? Like, is it this easy?
What part of Japan are you in?
I am in Tokyo. I won't say
What
where
part
I'm
of
in
Tokyo?
Tokyo. I won't say specifically, just for
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
the stream.
Right.
But I'm in Tokyo, and I've cold approached women have smiled at me. Women have even helped me. They are showing me a lot of love here. Maybe because of how I dress, etc.
Well,
etc.
even
But
comparing.
I'm also a
Mm.
dark skinned black man as well. But carry on, bro.
Well, even compare. Have you been to other parts of Asia?
No, just Japan so far.
Okay, so go to Thailand, Philippines, and Korea, and then compare those experiences to Japan. It's not even close. You're gonna get a better reception in Thailand, Philippines, and Korea, 100%. There's a reason nobody goes to Japan. That people rather go to Philippines, Cambodia, because they're just more of receptive. Japanese are more of a reserved culture. You know, they're not really too keen on outside. And with the Japanese girls, are you getting traditional Japanese girls, or are you getting just like regular Japanese girls? Are they coming
Traditional.
from? You get traditional Japanese girls. Okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
interesting. When I
I'm
was
getting
out there, it
traditional.
wasn't like that.
Oh,
But
it's what were we getting at? The hip hop Japanese girls, or what were you getting?
although, yeah, the hip hop Japanese girls, the ones going to the hip hop clubs and stuff like that, those were the ones we were mainly dealing with. Military guys, the hip
But
hop
you,
one. Hmm?
but you went Aomori, right? I'm guessing you went
Yeah, I
Aomori.
went out more. Yeah, that's where I was living.
That may be why, but that's at the countryside, right? That's not
Yeah,
really
it's the countryside.
exposed.
It was.
Yeah.
That's where I lived, the countryside. Yes, but
Ah,
even in even in Tokyo, the approaching Japanese girls, they're very shy and timid. Like not just shy, but scared of black people. They're very like when I was there. This is 2010.
oh,
They're very scared of black people. Now. Maybe the world's been more global, but Asia for me isn't it. Africa, 100%. I walk around, it's normal. I go up to a girl, get the number in 3 seconds. Doesn't matter. It's so easy. Africa is easy mode for black people. Like
the thing
it's
about
our homeland. If you think about it logically, right? You
yeah,
know, you think about it
but
logically,
the thing about Tanzania, brother, and East Africa is that
right?
is it really run by black people? Because I know a
Yes.
lot of Indian and Arabs have strongholds there, and the Chinese. Is it run by black men? Because that's what I'm not too. I don't know. From what I've heard, is Indians have a very powerful hold in Kenya and Tanzania. Is that right or wrong?
Kenya is different. Kenya is pretty much white and Chinese man heaven, but Kenya they are accepting of African American culture. You'll see 21 Savage on the bus. You'll see Drake. You'll see they listen to Meg Thee Stallion. They are
But
very westernized.
who
Those
who
women are
runs that country though? Kenya. Who
who
runs it?
runs it.
What race?
I would say white people run Kenya, in my opinion.
Oh my
White
God.
white people run Kenya. White people run Kenya. But here is ran by the black man. It like this country, even on their laws for music, 70% of music played on the radio has to be Tanzanian. They're not even versed with the outside world. For example, like my girl, first time having pancakes, French toast, cheeseburgers. They don't eat our foods. They don't consume our culture. So that's one big thing I like.
Okay.
I don't.
Tanzania. Okay.
Huh?
No, shout out to Tanzania, brother. Yeah, let's touch base, brother, probably because I want to know more about Tanzania. I definitely want to
Yeah.
know more about black countries and get an African
Definitely.
perspective.
Yeah,
So
that's all
appreciate
I
you, bro.
live. Black countries. I'm totally black. So yeah, man, hit me up. I'll hit you up. I got your thing right here.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you traveling, Tony. Thank you,
Hey,
brother.
no problem, man. Good talking to you guys.
Good talking to you too, bro. And obviously, we'll get your full Japan perspective as well. Because I want to give brothers a full scope about a country, good, bad. I don't cap on here. I'm very transparent, as you know, on my channel, brother. So if you want to share your experience about Japan fully and how they treat you, you're welcome on my channel, brother. I'll
Oh
definitely have
yeah,
you on, bro.
so yeah, but I would say, man, travel around Asia more. Don't just stick with the first country in the continent that you've been to, because that's what I always try to get different perspective from different countries before you say one is the best. You know, you have to at least go to like 4 countries in the continent. You know.
Awesome. Thank you,
All right.
brother.
No problem, brother. Talk to you later.
All right, peace out. Thank
Peace.
you.
No problem.
Shout out to Mr. Bed Mike for the fourth time. Look at that support, man. Look at that support from Bed Mike, $10 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Another classic episode, far more informative than any other channel. I don't want to sound arrogant here, but is this the best Passport Bro channel? Press a 1 if you agree. Press a 2 if you disagree, because that's what the brother is saying. I don't know if it's the best Passport Bro channel. I'm just here to give a perspective of my perspective and brothers who travel as well. So if this channel is providing you what you need, I'm happy that it's doing so. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Let me bring in the one and only, okay, Mr. Tokyo 64. You ready, Tony? You ready, Tony? Let me bring you in right now, bro. Mr. Tokyo 64. How you doing, bro? You are on mute, bro. Okay. Tony's dropped off. We'll get him back soon. But if you agree, if it's the best, press a 1. If you disagree, press a 2. How I can improve, let me know in the live stream chat. I'm all about giving you the best content. You want to say something, Demswood?
Yeah, Happy, you are the best Passport Bro, because not only have you allowed brothers to share their experiences, like I've shared my experience as a Passport Bro, other brothers have shared their experiences too, but you provide in-depth content on countries that are valuable for brothers, and you're also going the extra mile in terms of teaching brothers IT, getting into IT, becoming digital nomads. You're providing consultation to brothers on a regular basis. So overall, you are the best Passport Bro IP, because your track record speaks for itself.
Wow. Thank you for the kind words, Demswood. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much, man. Let me bring in the one and only Mr. Tokyo. Is that my beep? Mr. Tokyo 64. Let's go. Camera on, Tony, or camera off? Give me a thumbs up for camera on. Okay, let me bring in Mr. Tokyo 64. What's going on, Tony? Been a minute, bro. How you keeping, brother?
Hey, first of all, I want to say, man, IP, my apologies. Brother, I've been so busy the last year and a half, man, getting ready for this move to Japan. Everything is finally coming into play. We're moving to Japan in 4 weeks, brother. And I'm so happy to see you up in Japan right now. You don't know, you just don't know, man, how happy I am to be back on this channel, brothers, and to see the brothers up in here.
Wow, I'm very happy to have you back, Tony. Welcome back, brother. I hopefully have you more often when you're back in Japan. I know you're a family man now. Yeah, you're doing great things, but there's always a space for you here to speak your thoughts, Mr. Tokyo 64. Welcome, brother.
Thanks, brother. Can I say something, brother?
Of course.
You had traveling Tony up in there. I respect what the brother's experience, but I'm gonna tell you right now, man, I gotta go against what this brother. I disagree with this brother saying about Japan. Now, he was stationed in Misawa. I've been up to Misawa. I know the atmosphere. I know how it is around the military bases. I know how the women is. I know what happens with a military man when they take a 5-minute trip to Sendai or 5-minute trip to Tokyo. That alone does not show you how Japan really is. I've been to 19 prefectures or states in Japan. I've lived in 3 prefectures, getting ready to live in number 4. I've got over 11 years living in Japan. I speak fluent Japanese, man. I'm telling you, the brothers, I just traveling Tony, man. When you see this brother, I'm sorry, but I disagree with what you were saying about Japan. I've been to all kind of countries in Asia too: Singapore, Korea, lived in Korea, Philippines. I've been all over, man. And Japan by far is number 1. That's what I got to
Wow.
say about that.
Number 1 for the black man, Tony.
Yes, because here's the thing that people got to understand. And I heard a lot of brothers up here talking, like the brother from New York, because I'm from Philly, so that's an East Coast homeboy right there. So he's up here now, with his short cut, the black shirt on. I see the Brooklyn up in this mofo. But anyway, you know what's up, brother. But what I'm saying is this, man. See, a lot of people get confused with the Japanese woman by thinking that they're cold, callous, or not interested in the brother. That is so far from the truth. That is so far from the truth. You have to know how to approach these women. Like IP, I was gonna tell you, man, when you were interviewing those three girls from Shizuoka, brother, I was gonna call you and say, IP, talk to that one who said her hobby is cooking. Grab her, get her WhatsApp, connect with her. That woman was wipeable. That was the wipeable one out of those three.
The
You
one
was
on the
talking
far
to
left.
the one on the far, well, on your video, the one that was on the far right, and when I'm looking at it, the
Mm.
one who was a Frida, which means that she's basically working any little odd end job she can get. Those were Shizuoka girls. Those are some good girls to be with and to marry. And that girl on the right was wipeable right there. That was a
Damn.
wipeable girl. See,
Okay.
I recognize wipeable Japanese. I recognize good Japanese girls. I can tell who's bad and who's good just within 5 minutes.
Wow. So her job was a freer. So working any job, like an admin job or a sales job or bakery job, she's working any job at the moment, brother. And her hobby is cooking. Is that what it means in Japanese? In
Yes, yes,
English?
exactly. Yes, a Frida is like a free person, like a free work. Like they do, like not work for free, but they, like you said, they're all over the place right now. They don't have a said company that they work for. They get called from a recruiter. Hey, can you work today for 3 hours? Yes, I can. Boom. That's what a Frida is.
Oh man, I messed up there. But I actually found the girl on the far left more attractive than the other two. I ain't gonna. I'm a man, bro, so obviously I like attractive women that easy on the eye. I thought she was more attractive than the other two. What was your intel on her? Was she not wifeable or?
No, 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 no. Okay, okay, brother. Let me say. Okay, I'm glad you said that because we have different tastes. But no, they were all nice looking girls, and the one on the left, she is looking nice. I just didn't know the reason why I picked the one on the right only because she said her hobby was cooking, right? Now the one on the left, yes, they're all three of the women looked like they were wifeable big time. They had the pretty smiles, they had the open hearts. The one that you walk with, the dog woman, I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole.
Oh,
I stay away with women with dogs. You do not need a woman in Japan with dogs because a lot of
oh,
them will tend to treat the dogs better than the men.
oh. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
interesting. Hmm.
Yeah, my
And
wife even watched it, man. My wife watched the video with me, and she said that the woman was looking like she wasn't interested in communicating with you after the last with 5 minutes left. So she said the woman was getting kind of disinterested, is what she saw on her face.
okay, yo, thanks for that. Yeah, I'm not really following up on her at the moment, so that's a good note there. Interesting, bro. Hmm.
Yeah, we
So,
watching your videos, brother, because you in Tokyo.
okay. So avoid women with dogs. I'll be honest with you, I've seen some women with dogs, but not a lot, which is a good thing. So that means the majority of women don't have dogs here, which is great. But I'll keep that in mind, bro. Um, would you say Tokyo is a good place to find a wife in Japan, or should I be looking at other cities?
No, no. Okay, yeah, and I know this is about Tokyo, Osaka. So, and I lived in Osaka, 3 years, and I know a lot about Tokyo. I've been there so many times. I would say Tokyo, anywhere in Japan, brother, you can find a good wife. Here's the thing that we need to know about Tokyo compared to Osaka, though. Osaka, most of the women there are from there. They grew up there, they've been there, they got family there. A lot of the women you run into in Tokyo are not necessarily from Tokyo. They may have lived in Tokyo for the last 5 or 10 years of their life, but most of these women, a large majority of them, come from different prefectures throughout Japan to work and make money and make a living in Tokyo. That's why they migrate to Tokyo. So the Tokyo girl, the brother that was on there earlier was talking about it. He was right that they're more sophisticated. They're a lot more high maintenance than say a laid back Osaka girl. He compared them right. Tokyo to New York, Osaka to LA. But keep in mind, Osaka's also Kobe, Kyoto, Wakayama women as well are all mixed in there, and the Kobe girls blow them all away in that region. In that region, Kobe #1 in that region. Osaka, if I'm when I was in Osaka, man, Osaka girl was the last one I go for. First one I go for was Kobe.
Okay, I see. This is great. Thank you very much. This is some great information. Um, you're obviously I'm spending more time in Tokyo, but I will visit other cities. That's the plan.
Yes.
What are your favorite spots, let's say in Tokyo? Because Tokyo has Akihabara, Shinjuku, Shibuya, etc., etc. What was your favorite
Yeah.
spots back in the day?
Okay, so I was just there this past winter, so we stayed in Osaka at the Osaka View Hotel. My wife and I, especially me, we like to get around the different spots. I like Shinagawa. Shinagawa is a nice spot that a lot of tourists don't usually hang out at. They got a really nice train station there, a nice outing, nice atmosphere. Shibuya will always be Shibuya, touristy area. Asakusa, Akihabara, where you got the Electric Town. Shinjuku, where you was in Shinjuku. I seen that walking around. That's like a real like a busy place. You got Tokyo Station, Minato-ku, where they got Roppongi. There's so many wonderful places. I actually found one of my favorite spots in Tokyo right now, because every time I go it's different. I like Sumida, the Sumida River area right around Asakusa, because you can get up in the morning and walk peacefully and not have all these crowds around you. Because it's heavy, man. There's a lot of tourism in Tokyo, especially in Asakusa and Shibuya. But
Yes.
it just depends on your mood. Where are you staying, by the way? What part of Tokyo?
So I will tell you that privately later on.
Oh, God. Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
No problem,
yeah,
brother. I
no,
get you.
yeah.
Yeah, I pretty much can tell. A lot of brothers, I always recommend staying in Ikebukuro because Ikebukuro is reasonably priced. I mean, they all really are, but Ikebukuro is a good location because I stayed there when I first went to Tokyo for 2 weeks at this place called the Kimi Ryokan. I only spent like $40 a night, which was nice.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome. So obviously when you were there recently, and brothers, if you have any question for Tokyo 64, let me know. Them with a big hawk yonkers. When you were there recently, would you say the women in Japan have improved in their qualities, or they've actually not? They're not as good as they were back in the day, in your observation?
I would say that the women are the same, man. I mean, to keep in mind, guys, Japan was closed 250 years prior to Perry ship landing in Tokyo Bay. And they had 250 years to cultivate their culture, 250 years of straight peace. How many European countries can say that? None. Europe been fighting since the beginning. This is the longest they've had peace, the last since World War II. So that's not even a lot compared to Japan. And they were untouched. They were able to cultivate their culture and do a lot of things about improve themselves. So Japanese are not going to change the way they are. They always been the same. Even with that video, that guy, the idiot out there who we're all mad at right now. Trust me, he better not let me see him when I'm in Tokyo. He better not let me see him because me and him will have a talk. But anyway, the Japanese, yeah, my wife was reading some of the comments. There were some really bad comments. Japanese like, oh my God, I didn't know black people were like this. But
Oh,
most Japanese will not think that way. They don't care. They look at the individual. They're not going to look at the race. The brother was saying earlier about how they're calling black kids monkeys and stuff like that. I haven't seen that. I mean, I heard of it, but I haven't experienced that. Or haven't seen anybody around me who have kids in Japan. They haven't experienced that. So I would say they're about the same. I'd say nothing's really changed since when I was there, living there. Really, as far as the women are concerned.
wow. Let me ask this, bro. So obviously you can read Japanese better than me. Did you see some really nasty racist comments from Japanese people towards that black man?
I was trying to get to the site. My wife had found the site on the Japanese side. I found the one video because she had saw his name on there, but she wouldn't give me the link. I'm gonna go get that link from her, then I'll be able to read those comments about what they're saying. She did tell me that she was kind of sad. She said that some women were up there saying, oh man, black people are really bad people, that kind of thing. And to me, those are people who just never really got in, never knew nothing about us. Now they're seeing that. I tell you, the white boys are happy. They're celebrating tonight because of that video. They're
Yep.
celebrating because they can just roll up in their little pretty suits, teaching English and thinking that they're the best thing since sliced bread. It's not going to last that long. Japanese will let that. It's going to go over, blow over in a couple of days. They're going to forget all about it and move on because they don't look at a group of people. They look at people individually.
Okay, that's good, man. Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, the white boys are celebrating. Yeah, we got another win over the black man. Again,
Yeah,
because
they
we
celebrate.
know we know how white men feel about Asian women. They feel like Asia is their background. They can just go there and do what they want. And now that black men are getting more visibility and more space in Asia, a lot of white boys don't like that. From what I've seen, I'm getting some looks here from white boys, from Indian people, from other people. Weird looks. Because a lot of these people feel like Japanese women belong to them, but they don't know that black men, we have our own plans for Japanese women too.
No, brother, you're right because when I was in Japan, and like the brother said, I was styling. I mean, I was styling, man. I had a nice coat on, nice shoes. I mean, I was walking down the street and I walked fast. I had my earbuds in, listening to my jams, and I'm walking, people moving out of my way. I seen white people, foreigners, try to look my way. I ignored them. I looked right through them like they wasn't even there. Like I was looking down on like, who are you? You're nothing to me. That was my attitude when I'm a black man walking down the largest metropolis in the world. And they hated that. You think they hate that? Wait till they see me driving down to Tokyo with my Mercedes Benz. They're going to hate that even more. Because I am going to Japan to promote the black man, the black family man with the Japanese woman. I'm every step, everything I do is going to make the brothers look good. You think that brother in the video made us look bad? It's not going to be nothing compared to what I'm going to be doing when I'm in Japan. Nothing.
Let's go. Let's go. And I love your mentality there, Tony, in terms of like just focus on yourself. Because yeah, they all look at you, and I've experienced some sort of animosity from them, and I'm going to speak on that in a separate video. But you just got to stay strong, be who you are, and just thrive out there in Japan, right? And also communicate with other black people out there. Have a circle mixed with Japanese people, and you'll be good out here in Japan. So I'm looking forward to hearing about your adventures when you're back in Japan, Tony. That's awesome, man. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm gonna be doing a lot more streams, brother. With you now that my time is starting to get better, I'm starting to get more time. My house is empty now. They just took our stuff this week. I mean, you can see. I mean, I got I'm sitting in my empty living room here, waiting to check out because my son's still in school, man. But we're just 4 weeks away, man. We're ready to roll. I want to ask you, man. So you're in Japan right now. So I see you interviewing these ladies. Um, some of the ladies, man, like I said, those Shizuoka girls, you want to maintain contact with them because those were three wifeable women standing in front of that dog lady.
Damn. Do you know what, bro? The reason why like I didn't get the contact because I thought the girl and the dog, there may have been something there. Um, and I didn't want to disrespect her by asking for their contact while she was there. I didn't want to be that guy in a foreign country, the black guy getting all the details from all the ladies, and she's next to me. Yeah, that's why, bro. But what's your
No,
thoughts
you don't
about
have to
that, bro?
worry. You don't have to worry about it, brother. You are a man in Japan, and if Japan is a man's world, you can do. I did it. They stand me right next to me, and I see somebody I like. I say, "Excuse me, give me 1 second." I get their information right there in front of them. That they don't think like us in West. They don't think like we do in the West. The women are actually more attracted to you that way because they're like, "Wow, this guy's marketable." Women in Japan don't want to be around men that other women don't want to be around. The more women, the merrier for the Japanese woman. A 45-year-old man that's never been married, doesn't have any kids, to a Japanese woman, that's a red flag. That's a red flag. They're like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me you 45, you never been married, you got no kids? Something wrong with you.
Mm,
You never had no woman? Something wrong with you. Because they know you got no experience and you don't know how to maintain a household. They don't care about nothing. You are the man. You're there. You're the man. It's your show. It's always going to be your show because you're the man in Japan.
facts, facts. Yeah. Now that I think about it, man, damn, the one on the right and the one on the left. Ah, man, yeah, I like their vibe. I really did.
They were
Um,
wifeable, brother. They're wifeable females. I could tell off the bat those females are wifeable.
the way they dress as well, very conservative as well. Long skirt, cover their arms, their chest. She kind of dressed like a granny, the one on the right, and I kind of liked it as well, bro. Damn.
Yeah, the way they smiled, the smiles, the enthusiasm that they had. I mean, they didn't blow you off. They looked like they were very friendly ladies.
Man.
Don't worry, brother. There's a nation full of those women. A nation full of women like that over there.
Taking notes, man. Taking notes. So, did anyone have any questions for Tokyo 64 on the panel? I got more questions, but Demswood, Big Hawk Yonkers, you got a question? Okay, let me unmute you, Big Hawk Yonkers. Go on, bro.
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing?
What up, homeboy? Two New York Yonkers up in this baby. What up, dog?
Yes, yes, sir. Actually, my spiritual family is the Locks, DMX, all of them. We all knew each other before everybody got famous. So when he died,
one from a woman. I'm forgiving that.
yeah. That mean it got to me when he passed because that was my brother. You said you've been to a lot of parts of Asia. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to Hong Kong?
Man, I've never been to Hong Kong. I've been to Singapore, but not Hong Kong. And the reason why I didn't go to Hong Kong, because I don't want nothing to do with Chinese right now.
Oh, you don't? Oh, okay.
No, I mean with China, not with Chinese, with China. I don't want to do with China right now.
Okay, I just wanted to see. I wanted to know how the Hong Kong Japanese, the Hong Kong Chinese women feel about black men. That's why I asked you.
Oh, I dated some girls from Hong Kong though, in the States.
Oh, do they? So they do? Are they attracted to black men? How is it? Oh, they are.
Yeah, with them though, you have to slowly work on them. They're not just gonna jump out there. You got to slowly work on them because remember, they're all about economics.
Right.
They're all about economics. But you slowly work on it. You build up a relationship with them, and then next you know, you like, damn, I can't believe I'm walking around the street with this woman.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, I like in New York, man. Like I was telling him, the Japanese women, they on brothers like cement, man. They don't play around when it comes to black. That's why I couldn't understand the other guy. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't understand what he was saying, man. Because one of my friends from Seattle, Washington, he introduced me to a friend when he first moved here from Seattle. He met a guy, older guy from Harlem, and the guy from Harlem actually moved to Japan. And he said when he first moved out there, he walked into a McDonald's and he sat down. He said these Japanese girls saw him and ran and plastered the window and started and they just came in. And then he met one. He had a kid by it, and that was it, man. They all started coming at him. And because he dresses like I dress. I dress like with the you know how we dress in New York, the Playboy shoes, the nice linen suits, the nice Kangos. We dress nice, you know.
I wear my Kangol.
So that's how I dress.
Yup.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
We call them cool caps, dog. We call them cool caps.
Right. That's the way we dress. That's nice.
Yep.
And that's the way he dressed. He said when he went over there dressed like that, he said people looking at him like, oh, very clean. Oh, they looked at him like they knew that he was a good black man. You know what I'm saying? So
I get that look all the time in Japan, brother. I know exactly how I feel. I wear my leather back, my leather hat.
Right.
These girls are like, whoa, who's this guy?
The linen suits and all, yeah. And then when he does, I'll mix it up. Like I'll have linen pants on. I'll have like the Playboys or the Vikings, and then I'll have like a dashiki, maybe with some the not jewelry but the necklaces with the Kango, and they love that, man. I even get from like European white. Oh, you dress like your ancestors, clean. Oh, I like, that's the way I dress. All that sagging, that makes us look like a bunch of idiots. I ain't doing that.
So you're telling me that Japanese women love the African traditional dress?
Yes.
What?
They love fashion.
I'm gonna give y'all a story right now. It's gonna bug y'all out. I'm gonna give y'all a story. It's gonna bug you out right now. I work as a public safety officer, right? I work on 34th Street, and God rest his soul, my childhood friend just passed away of cancer, right? We was standing there. and we seeing a whole bunch of people with dashikis, necklaces, all this stuff, and we looking, and then I said, wait a minute, they look Asian. When they came, they was like, peace, brother. All of them was Japanese. Going to some type of black event. He looked at me, I looked at him, I said, are you serious? They was like, yo, peace, brothers. We said, what the hell is going? Yeah. They deep into us like that, man. They really are.
So I mean,
they really are
deep
into us.
Maybe I have to buy me some of that clothing to. Wow,
you can order linen suits, brother. Go online and just look for linen suits. They're nice. Get some Kangos. Get some the Wallaby Clark shoes or the play. Oh man. Yeah. Oh yeah. He know what I'm talking about. He's from Philly. Y'all brothers in Philly. When I go to Philly, y'all brother dress just as sharp as we do in New York. Oh yeah. I get you like oh yeah.
Gabardine, remember Gabs, brother? We had the Gabs.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Yes.
You got a question, Gamswood?
Welcome back, Tony. Welcome
Thomas
back.
D, what up, baby? What's going on? Day in the house. What's going on?
I'm good, man. I'm good, man. How's everything?
It's been starting to wind down, brother. I got to sell my 2 cars, one next week, one the following week, man. I'm gonna cry when my Mercedes go, but that's okay. I'm gonna get one in Japan, man. I'm gonna pick it up in Japan, but it's all good, man. I was going to let IP know I'll do a stream on like the paperwork portion, how to move to Japan, because a lot of brothers don't know how to do that. What they got to do.
That's exactly what we need.
Yeah, we'll set up definitely, Mr. Tony, when you're in Japan. Obviously, I know you're busy in the next 4 weeks. So, Tony, are you going to sell your car and buy it again in Japan, or are you transporting your car to Japan?
No. I did some research, and the transport companies would tell me it would cost me way too much, and they wouldn't know what the cost would end up being with the Japanese inspection, the taxes, and whatnot. So I decided, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and sell my car, and then I'll just pick up another one after I get my house built. I'll get my car. So that's no big.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, are you retired now, Tony?
Yes, brother. Those dividends paid off, man. Dividends. I don't work for the man anymore, man. I'm off the plantation, brother. I'm off the plantation.
Congratulations, bro. Well done.
Thanks, brother.
On your retirement. And yeah, we'll speak on that as well. Obviously, I know you had a lot of investments, and you planned your route to retirement by your investment. So we can speak how you did that and your advice to young black men to obviously get off the plantation. That'd be great, Tony. Go ahead, Thomas. Sorry, bro.
One question, big bro, Tony. So, in terms of raising kids in Japan, like, is it best to enroll them into international school?
That is a good question. It depends on where you are. If you're in a metropolis like Tokyo, where they have mostly international schools, then yeah, you should do it only after you look at the Japanese schools. See, the thing about my wife already told me this too, because we're going to put our son in Japanese school. We're not going to put him in international school because where we're going to live away from all of that. But the thing is they have their good and bad about the Japanese school system. The good thing is they're well mannered, of course. The meals are outstanding. I mean, they prepare their meals every day. They're healthy, organic meals. Unlike the crap that these people eating in the States, you should see the food these kids eat over here. My wife never let my son eat at school. She makes his lunch every day. But when he goes to school, he comes home sad because he sees what they're eating. These people, most of the women here can't cook. They don't want to cook, and they don't even care what the kid put in his stomach. So that's the good thing about the Japanese school. The only negative that we both found out is that it's a rote memory system. So basically, the teacher just tell you to remember everything, and you just got to remember everything the teacher taught you. There's no time for analytical thinking or nothing like that. So we're going to work on our son on that part outside of the school. But I would say, for me, if I had a choice, I would put him in an international school.
Yeah, the reason why I was thinking about that because, it's much broader, more diverse, but it's still in Japan.
Yes. it's well rounded. I would say international schools are well rounded. Yes, exactly, because you're gonna have to work on it. I mean, Japanese got good STEM programs, but the international schools they hone on STEM even more. Because everybody know you want to raise your children like the Indians raise their children to get the better
Mm,
jobs and make the most money.
Yep,
yes.
yep. That's what we're trying to.
Yep.
That's what we're trying to do with this movement. Build the next Elon Musk, Bill Gates, the next CEOs of Google and Microsoft. 'Cause the Indians are doing very well in America and in the UK, exceptionally well.
Yes.
And I want to follow that model for Black people, for Black men in particular. Looking forward to that. Um, Before you say another question, Demswin, I've got a question for Tokyo 64. So Osaka, Tokyo 64, is that a good place to find a wife, should that be avoided?
No, no, you can find a good wife in Osaka. I know a friend of mine. I mean, there's a lot of good. Like I said, you can find a good wife all over Japan. It just depends on what type of woman you're looking for. Like I said, Osaka's laid back, but they do have women from like Kyoto, Kobe, Wakayama. Everybody goes into the city to work. You even got people coming in from Nara. My friend married a woman. Quite a few of my friends I used to teach with married women from Osaka, and they're still married to the women today, well over 20 years. They're still married to these females. So you can find a good wife anywhere. I think the thing that would challenge you is Osaka uses a different dialect. I can speak that dialect. It's not the formal like you using like "Doku ni ikimasu ka," and in Japanese, and you say like they'll say like something like "ora hen," like "say hen," which means "ora hen" means "inai," but they use "ora hen." "Wakara hen" mean I don't "wakara nai." Japanese will say "wakara nai," but Osaka bends "wakara hen," right? So they use their own dialect. Of course, they can speak like the regular Japanese person when they have to. But when you're in Osaka, you're gonna be hearing "so ya na," "dayo yo na." Whereas Tokyo they say "so this ne," but in Osaka they say "so ya na." So you just have to be able to understand what they're saying. But like I said, they're very laid back people. I mean, if I had to, I wouldn't mind marrying a woman from there.
That's the Osaka Ben, right? You're referring
Yes,
to.
Osaka Ben.
I see.
Yes.
I see. Your wife is from Aomori, or no, Niigata? Sorry, Niigata.
Yeah, she's from Niigata, and they have their own dialect too. So I'm in fact I'm starting to pick up some of her traits. My kids are already speaking like my wife, which is pretty funny. She laughs at them sometimes. She said, "Oh, I can't believe this just said date sa." Like they do in Niigata. They say you explain something, say yeah, date sa. So it's like even I say it sometimes. So I said, "Oh my goodness, I'm gonna pick that up even more when I get there." So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Just, but I'm buzzing your back, Tony, man. Welcome back, brother. Very
I'm
happy.
glad to be back, brother. Glad to be back, man.
A shout out to Mr. Matt Battle for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Matt, for the support. Appreciate you, brother. Welcome back, Matt Battle. Hope you're well. Best passport channel out here. Thank you, bro, for the kind words. Means a lot. We got Tony Berry on here with tons of experience in Japan. IP traveled to Tokyo doing interviews by himself for us. Yeah. Thank you for the kind words, bro. I'm trying to get all the best info for 2023 for you brothers, and looking forward to dropping more content on this channel. Thank you very much, Matt Battle. Awesome. So I'm gonna wrap it up in 8 minutes. We're going on for 4 hours now.
Yeah, I can see this
and
is pretty long, brothers.
I've got a day. I need to plan my day ahead over here. I've got some places to visit, and I've got my own plans. So we're going to wrap up in the 4 hour mark. So we've got 8 minutes to hit the support. So please feel free to hit the PayPal, hit the super chats, get the likes up, cop the merch, and make sure you join that Patreon as well to be a long term supporter like Thomas and Matt. Please definitely support. Awesome. All right, so let's wrap it up. Let's go back to one of each caller, and then we'll end it on my statement. So, Mr. Tony Jab, any closing statements at all?
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's nice to be back up here, man. I'm glad to see you you're in Japan. I know you were talking about going there. This pandemic kind of slowed things down. One thing I want to say, brothers, for your interviewing people, it's better for you to interview them in a comfortable environment, like say a Mr. Donuts or a Starbucks or something, sometimes when you do interview, and my wife noticed this, when you interviewing and walking down the street, ask them if they got time to talk first. Because a lot of times these women are in the rush and they may not give you the right answer.
Mm.
So like you just say, "Sumimasen, jikan ga arimasu ka?" And they say, "Hi, arimasu yo." You say, "Okay, I got 5 minutes to ask you some questions." And then when you ask a question, just ask them one, like like you have a tendency, because I know you're so enthusiastic. You'll say, "What kind of man you like? Do you like this? You like this? You like this?" You only got to say what kind of man you like, and then let them tell you, because that way you can pull out how much English they know.
Mm.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was all. But I want to say I'm glad to be back up here. I look forward to doing more streams. I can't wait to spread some more intel when I get to Japan.
Awesome. I'll take down advice on board. I have done quite a few interviews already. So in my new interviews going forward, I try and take that advice on board. So thank you for that, Tony. Much appreciation, bro. Mr. Big Hawk Yonkers, do you have any closing statements, bro?
Well, thanks for having me on again, and I'm glad that I came back, and I'm glad I met the brother Tokyo right here, man.
Good
If
up, dog.
anybody, well, I had 2 channels, and I think the reason why one of my channels is a lot of people don't like it because it's me getting on our Black American community on what we do. The stupidness we do, but you can go to Big Hawk Yonkers Native, and my other channel is Big Hawk. Would be Big Hawk Yonkers Native, and then Big Hawk Explore channel, where I just go around New York City showing people the different parts of the city, Central Park, Chelsea, and stuff like that. So I want to join the channel, go to them channels right there. So yeah, and it's good to meet everybody. And IP man, you a good brother. I've been following you so far for like a year and a half, and you good man. You a good brother, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Once I get more support, more followers, because I only got like 700 and some, then I'll start doing my real traveling. And then, what I'm saying, I could be down with y'all. I just need some more support, and I'm good.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, bro, man. I appreciate you, brother, for the kind words, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Shout out to Mr. Bed Mike for the $10 super chat. I want to see IP in Pattaya. Is that in Thailand? I don't know about Thailand. I don't know about Thailand. I'll be honest with you. Not my speed at the moment, but we shall see. We shall see. Thank you very much, Bed Mike, for the support. Much appreciated. Mr. Demswood, are you still there, brother, or are you sleeping UK time?
I'm still here. Even though
Awesome,
I'm tired.
bro. Do you have any closing statements?
Great classic live streams. Great to be back. Big up, welcome back, big bro Tony. Thank you for all your wisdom and experience and advice. It's nice to meet the other brother as well, man. It's good to see new brothers in this space. It's really good. But yeah, IP, I'm glad you're enjoying your trip in Nihonjin. I need to go to Nihonjin.
Big Explore channel.
Thanks for that, bro. Yeah, I need to go to Nihonjin. I'm just finishing one project that I'm doing right now. But yeah, that's the goal. But IP, keep up the classic live streams, man. They're always great.
Bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Demswood. I appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you, man. You getting the exams done yet this year, bro? You passing the exams?
Yep. Currently, so next week I'm on annual leave. So my next Microsoft exam, I'm gonna prepare for that next week. I'll finish all my revision and do the exam immediately.
Look at that, brothers, man. See, he's studying during his PTO. Annual leave is PTO for Americans. That's just dedication, man. So I hope you get top marks, Demswood, man. Keep going, bro. Big future for you. Big future.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Awesome, man. Awesome. All right. So I want to say thank you to everyone who called in. Thank you to, of course, welcome back to Tony Berry, legend in this space. He's been very busy the past year, but we'll have him on in the future quite regularly. So welcome back, Tony. Thank you to all those who called in. That was greatly appreciated. And thank you to all those who hit the PayPal and who were the super chats tonight. That was greatly appreciated. Make sure you cop the merch. Make sure you definitely join the Patreon to hear the explicit version, and consider being a long-term member of the Patreon. Any support is greatly appreciated, and that'll be greatly appreciated if you can actually support on the Patreon as well. So look out for more Japanese content. I think I have enough content for another 5 weeks. I've been getting a lot of content. I'm almost out of my memory on my camera. Okay, so I need to try and probably delete some stuff and get more. So probably be to at least the end of June, beginning of July, more Japanese content, more interviews, more walking tours, me going to Osaka, different cities in Japan, and showing you how people live there, and of course my thoughts on that particular matter. So yeah, so again, once again, thank you to everyone who did this stream. Thank you to our guests who also agreed to do the stream. That was greatly appreciated. Special stream. We have Tony back, and I'm looking forward to seeing the great life Tony will have in Japan, being a retired man, more motivational purposes. So, brothers, have a great day ahead. I'm going to go out now in a couple minutes, get some food, and enjoy my day in this beautiful country. Okay. So, have a great week ahead, or great weekend, everyone. And I'll see you, brothers, on my next video. Peace out, brothers. Thank you very much.